We are doing that because I was not shared with this one. I could have scanned and now have it in terms of comparing. Yeah, we wanted to compare. There is what? Okay, yeah, yeah. The IT person is here. I think we have gotten it. This is what was displayed by TAITA TAVETA Surveyor. I wanted him to explain to the Commission where the boundary as per the Google map is as compared to what is drawn by the surveyor using the blue line as to where the boundary is on drawing, is on insertion. Thank you. Thank you. I may proceed. Yes. When we get now what is drawn with TAITA TAVETA and Makueni County as per the Google Earth map, we have the dotted lines. We have the dotted lines. This is what is as per the Google Earth map. What is Makueni and TAITA TAVETA? It follows that dotted line up to this point. Then it follows that, which now this is the railway line. Now, according to said, this is what my colleague in TAITA has indicated. This is what has indicated, but the Google Earth, the dotted lines, those are the ones that show what it is in the Google Earth map. Where is TAITA TAVETA and where is Makueni and where is Mutituande, the town? As per his drawing, because this is as per his drawing indicating Mutituande to be in TAITA TAVETA, but as per the Google Earth map, this is Mutituande still remains in Makueni. Where is TAITA TAVETA from? Where the cursor is? The TAITA TAVETA is here, and this is.
What you're saying is, are you saying that Google Maps has actually interpreted the way Google Maps shows is in accordance with the Act? Does it agree with the Act?
To me, it doesn't agree with the Act.
Okay, where is the departure? Because the dotted line is what you're saying is actually the boundary according to Google.
Yes, the dotted line which is shown here, this is the railway line.
Which shows Mutituande is in Makueni. Yes,
and this is following now the railway line. This is the railway line.
Yes. But then the railway line takes a southeasterly. The dotted line. Just follow the dotted line.
Yes, it takes from taking the railway line to be the. What I'm saying it differing is about the Act talks of a road. It doesn't talk of a railway line.
And the dotted line follows what? The dotted line is on what? Is on
this
the road?
This is the railway line.
And where is the road?
The road is here. The old road.
And where is the new road?
The new road is passing here.
So if you use the road, it shows Mutituande would be
in Makueni.
If you use the railway line?
It will still, if we use the railway line, and we also, as per the Google Earth map, Mutituande still will be in Makueni. Both. If we use the rail, because this is the railway line, as per the Google Earth. Then we move all the way to here, as per the Google Earth map. We move all the way to here, and then we take that. This is TAITA, and this is Makueni, if we follow the Google map. So at any given time, when we compare the two, when we go using the railway line and also using the road, Mutituande town is in Makueni. And what is the distance? Are you able to tell the distance between the railway line and the road, the new road? I think that we can, for me, for the Google, but it's, the IT person can be able to get that distance, even from the Google Earth. For here, this is scanned, yes, this is scanned. But from the Google Earth map, you can be able, when you download. Yes. Lastly, does this blue line, this one, follow what is in the 1992 Act? No. On our part, Chair, for this witness, we'll stop at that. Then the commissioners can probably raise questions or issues on all the 4 maps.
Thank you, Bwana Ndonye. You're Mr. Ndonye?
Yes, I'm Mr. Ndonye.
You are the county surveyor?
Yes, now a county surveyor, but I'm a technician with a higher diploma in land survey and a graduate member, Institutional Surveyors of Kenya, land surveyors chapter.
You are not licensed? You're not a full member of ISK?
Yeah.
You're not a full member of ISK?
I'm not a full member of ISK.
So you're not even licensed?
I'm not licensed.
Do you work under a surveyor?
Yes, as a chief land survey assistant. That is my designation.
No, but who do you work under? Who is your, do you report to a surveyor?
Yes, but...
Oh, you are the county surveyor?
I'm the county surveyor in terms of, in charge of the other sub-county surveyors. We should be having a principal surveyor, but that post is vacant as per now, but it was advertised. I think my CEO is here, can be able to confirm the same.
Okay, so as you speak, you have no county surveyor?
I'm a county surveyor.
No.
You see, in the sorry, just for explanation purposes, when the counties were created, there is a surveyor who is in charge of other surveyors who are in the sub-counties. But
I'm talking about in terms of professional qualification.
Yes.
Do you have a surveyor who is qualified at the county?
I do that because as
no, you're not licensed. So we have already established that.
Yes.
So you don't have a qualified surveyor in the... You don't have?
We don't have a licensed surveyor.
Okay.
But out of the county, I think the CEO is here. There was a communication to the National Director of Survey so that somebody can be able to be in charge in terms of survey matters under the CAP 299. Okay. So by that, I was just given a letter to be able to do that while the county is getting a licensed surveyor.
Did you go to the ground?
Yeah, for Mutitwandei, I know where the beacons are.
Because looking at your affidavit, you confirm some of these beacons are intact.
Yes.
So you found them on the ground? You went on the ground? When did you go?
That should be 2018. I went there with also the KWS surveyor. We wanted to establish 2018.
Did you call your counterpart in TAITA TAVETA?
No, it was the KWS complained about the boundary at Mutitwandei. So they were the players. So when they called us, we visited those beacons.
But the normal procedure would be to involve all the parties where the boundary is shared.
To me, I took the KWS because that is their land, because they also have a FR and they also have a title. So as the entity in charge of that land, we saw it prudent for us as a county, because it's between the boundary between them and Mutitwandei town. That's where we went to re-establish.
But also it's the boundary between you and another county.
No, this case are not be raised, that there is a complaint about.
No, but it's still the same boundary that also between you and another county.
Yes, it is.
But you never thought it was prudent to get the surveyor from the other county to...
that was the KWS. So because they...
No, I'm asking about TAITA TAVETA.
Us, we could not communicate with TAITA TAVETA because the KWS wanted the boundary between Mutitwandei and them. So it was them to me to get in touch with the TAITA TAVETA. Because like now, if I'm told this is a boundary dispute, I cannot now again tell my neighbor, and me, I'm a party, tell my neighbor I'm being told by so and so or that. So I think to my view, that is the TAITA TAVETA who are supposed to have invited. That is the KWS who was supposed to have invited TAITA TAVETA County.
This is 2018.
This is
in 2018.
That is in 2018.
By that time, you knew you had. Was it known that you had a dispute with TAITA TAVETA?
It was known. But having known it, because we are not being taught now that there is a dispute, this should not be done through the normal ways of getting us not get involved in the matters which are either in court or they are anywhere.
Did you use any equipment as you identifying the boundaries?
Yes.
Which one?
We used RTK. That is the equipment we used.
When was it last calibrated?
It was new. So it was within a period of 1 year when we had got it from the person who sold to us. So that is a period. It was within a period of 1 year because we had bought the RTK in 2017. So it was, and we were able also to use the coordinates to get those beacons, to be able to know this beacon is intact or it is not there. So if it was not calibrated, it could not get us to the points, because we were using the survey plan from Survey of Kenya.
So in your understanding, because we've had submissions that the descriptions contained in the Act are ambiguous, do you share the same opinion?
It was to me, as I had also explained here, the Act, let's say the 1992 Act, to me is translated well, as per me, according to the FR, according to that survey plan, and according also to when we established that. So to us, we had no complaint that there is an ambiguity in the description about the boundaries.
When you went to the ground, did the people around the area raise any complaints about the boundary?
No.
Did you talk to anyone?
Yes, because we were doing that in consultation with the people who live there, that is the inhabitants there, plus the KWS. Yeah, we did that, but nobody was complaining.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Ndonye.
Yes.
One question.
Yes.
In your last presentation, would you just help us understand, if you were to get into the thinking of the surveyor who presented yesterday from TAITA TAVETA, and who is the one, I think that's the blue marking, eh?
Yes.
Yeah? What may have been in his mind, now that you have disagreed, you showed us what Google, the white points, eh? If you are just trying to get into, as a surveyor, why did he have to demarcate the blue line that way?
I think one is, he talked about, in terms of description, we use permanent features, which is true according to what is there. And out of those permanent features, like you can see, we are using Motitwandei River. We are using beacons where there are ambiguities or something, so that those ambiguities are not there. But my disagreement is because also a road is also a permanent feature. And changing a major road, like this is an A road, changing it, it is not an ambiguity. Two, out of the description, we are talking about a road. We are not talking about a railway line. So it was, I don't know, because there is a difference between a railway line and also a road. And also, if a road changes, a railway line can also change, because now we have the SGR, which also we have the whole railway line, where some areas they divert from what is the SGR. So permanent features where there are ambiguities, I think that's why we have now the survey, which is done so that those ambiguities are not there.
So do you believe that is something that can be dealt with at technical survey level and be sorted out technically?
It can in terms of the technical part. because we have the survey plan, which shows direction, coordinates, and all that. That can be sorted out.
And following up
Two,
on that...
no, sorry.
No, okay, just finish first, yeah.
Sorry. In terms of also descriptions, they are general. They are general to me, easterly and all that, because you are describing for all the counties, 47 counties. So to me, there should be description to be it should be precise, but also not so elaborate, so that now when it comes now to define in terms of the accuracies, that is why now to me the KWS had now to do the survey, so that now can be more accurate than the general description.
Okay, just following up on that, any disputes with the boundaries you have with the KWS?
No.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Any reasons for that?
Yeah.
Any reasons you'd attribute to that? Probably better dealing, because I know my colleague did ask you whether you have dealt with the surveyors from your neighboring county, and you said you haven't.
Yes, yes.
Any reason? Do you think maybe there's been probably better dealing with KWS? You know, I know KWS has a lot of these boundary disputes with counties.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking,
yes. Particularly like, why in that 2018, why did we go and do the survey with the KWS? Because there was the beacons are being, let's say, tampered with and all that. And that's why now they involved us, so that we are able now to resolve those disputes. And there are minimal disputes when it is a fixed survey. They are minimal, very minimal.
Also, what you confirm, at the point you are dealing with KWS, there were disputes that you went out and you resolved?
Yes, about now that Mutitwandei, that boundary in Mutitwandei.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, before the chair, the issue of sorting out, I didn't understand it very well, so that we can capture it in our submission. You asked him whether something can be sorted out. I needed to be clear, and also for him.
You know, I was following up on the differences. You know, I think this last presentation was more to demonstrate what the surveyor from TAITA TAVETA presented vis-a-vis what he's presenting. And that's why you highlighted the blue demarcation vis-a-vis the white line. And I was following up, trying to find out those issues which you said maybe the discrepancies. Are they issues that can be resolved at technical survey level? That's what he answered me. Good.
Yeah, we want to find out the answer so that we can capture, because I think I did.
Yeah, the answer.
You told me it is possible.
Yes, technically because of the survey plan that we have, because it's fixed. It has values. Let me put it that way. So you are able, any surveyor will be able to locate, unless there are other. Let's say, let me not talk about the historical interest, unless there are other aspects which came up. But in terms of fixing, when it has values, to me, any surveyor can do that.
Okay.
You were asked by my colleague whether you are a qualified surveyor. Now, there are two terms I want to deal with here,
Yes.
because I'm not technical in that area.
Yes.
Are you a qualified surveyor?
A technician. A technician is also a surveyor. Let me put it that way.
So are you a qualified surveyor?
A qualified surveyor, I'm not, because I'm not licensed,
Okay.
because that is the term. When you get
Actually, I was going to come to that also.
Yes.
I was going to ask you to confirm that you are not licensed.
Yes.
I wanted to understand the difference or the link between qualified and licensed. Can you say you are qualified if you are not licensed?
You are qualified if you are not licensed in terms of, like now, let me take an example, just an example. I used to be a district surveyor before devolution. And out of the authority by the director of survey, those duties are, I do the work on behalf of the director of survey. So I'm a surveyor, though I'm not qualified, but I do the work, but then under a licensed surveyor.
So if let's say, for instance, when you are not licensed,
Yes.
what are you able to sign off reports, for instance? What are you able to sign off if you are not licensed?
If I'm not licensed, I'm not to sign.
You're not able to sign?
I'm not able to sign unless under delegated powers.
Okay. So
Yes.
if you were to present an expert report to us,
Yes.
you would not sign it?
For now,
Yeah.
because the National Director of Survey, under delegated powers, gave me an authority to be doing on behalf of the county government of Makueni. That one I can do on behalf of the county government of Makueni, out of delegated powers. I will sign out of delegated powers, like, I don't know how I'll put it.
Okay. You see, I'm trying to understand because I'm not in that sector.
Yes, yes.
That's why I'm trying to understand what
Yes.
a surveyor who is not licensed
Yes.
can do or not do.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to be clear.
Yes, I cannot sign if it is not delegated for me to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let me understand this issue with the KWS. What was it about? With wildlife. The issue you had with Kenya Wildlife.
KWS, Kenya Wildlife
yes,
Service.
KWS.
KWS, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
KWS wanted to fence.
Which part? Where?
The Mutitwandei line. That is in my report. We have where the boundary at Mutitwandei town.
Okay, so it actually does it touch around the area we are discussing around Mutitwandei town?
Yes, it touches.
It does.
It does.
Okay.
Yes. So they wanted to fence.
Yeah.
That is a park.
Okay.
The actual map. Ile ingine. Yes, jacket. Yeah, kidogo tu funga hiyo. Toa hiyo ile ingine. Escape. It's a park in Taita Taveta. And part of the park in Taita Taveta. As far as all districts and even the county boundary. Okay. That is just a Makueni one. It's just for clarification, Chair, where we have the one which has the beacons. Okay. Yes. I can explain using the inset. Just for, yeah. Yes, the commission. What we have here? What we have? This is the park, all the way. This is the park, and this is the Mutitwandei town. So they wanted to establish these points. From this point, NP3, MA4, up to the railway line. Then from also here up to MA5. So to do that, now is when they invited us because they wanted to fence. They wanted to put a fence there. And then is where we went and now reestablished these beacons. Some were there and others we also reestablished. That's why we went to do that. Because also all this is Savo Park.
So just sort of have clarity on this, eh?
Yes.
So and Savo Park is in Taita Taveta?
Yes.
So who
part of it. It is in the two counties.
Yeah.
It is in the two counties.
No, the part you have shown on the lower side.
Yes.
Now, so who raised the issue?
No, just a bit. Sorry for that. The road. This is Makueni. This is Taita. Down there, this river, down there, there is the continuation of the Mutitwandei River. May I explain again, please? The road from Savo River comes up to here. It takes this direction. It takes all that. This is Savo, which is in Taita, up to how this river goes. It may be I can blow we can get the bigger one.
No, it's not necessary. What I want to understand
Yes.
is what, even going by what you have here,
Yes.
what was the issue that KWS were raising?
KWS were raising the issue of they wanted to fence. And to fence, because Mutitwandei is in Makueni, we were doubting where they are fencing. They were doubting where they should fence. Because
So they are the ones who raised the issue?
Yes.
It's the KWS that raised the issue?
Yes, they wanted to fence. And they wanted surveyors from both the county and them to be present.
Okay.
So that we re-establish the beacons.
Did they raise the issue with the other county?
I'm not sure.
But from where you are explaining, clearly the two counties would be involved, isn't it?
Yes, because of being a county, being a part of the county boundary.
Yeah.
But in my assumption was because I own that land, that the KW owns that land.
No.
Yes.
Let's go step by step. Eh?
Yes.
From what you're explaining, I'm trying to understand, logically, both counties would have been involved in this, going by the area it covers.
Yes.
Both counties would have been involved.
Yes.
So, but you are saying that TAITA TAVETA was not involved in that exercise?
It wasn't that time.
Oh. Okay, and whatever you were dealing with in terms of establishing the beacons, did anything touch on TAITA TAVETA?
No. No, the boundary is common. TAITA TAVETA, it touched on TAITA TAVETA because of the boundary. That is assuming, not assuming, here being in Taita County, owned by KWS, because they have a lease, or they have a title, let me put it that way. And this is Makueni. This boundary also touches, the Taita TAVETA should have also been involved in it because it's a common boundary. Two,
Okay.
it is,
I don't want too much detail.
Yes.
I mean, it looks to me that, it appears to me that TAITA TAVETA would have been involved in that dispute, but you're saying they were not.
They were not.
So what did you do? You resolved the dispute?
Between us, between Makueni and
The KWS,
yes.
but without involving TAITA TAVETA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there documentation on it?
Yeah, there is a report which I attached. I attached them up, but there is a report which can be able to forward, signed by both surveyor from the county and also KWS.
So did that, the complaint, did it emanate officially by way of communication, formal communication to the county? How did the dispute arise? Is there a formal communication?
There was a communication that they wanted to come and
formal communication.
Yes, there is a letter to that. I can be able to.
Okay, so there's documentation, formal documentation between you and
yes, between us and the KWS.
Okay, and whatever solution you came up with, you signed it off.
Yes, it's signed.
Okay.
It is signed.
And I take it that you had authority to sign it off. Yeah.
No, I signed anyway.
Okay.
I signed.
Now, there's something I'm not very clear about, and again, you'll excuse me because I'm a lay person. If we can go back to the Google. There's one that had Mtito one day written down. Yes, yes. Maybe you can go. Yeah, that one here.
Okay.
You can go.
Sorry.
Now, are you okay? You see there is. Maybe you can blow it up a little bit. It's that one, yes. Just blow it a little bit where you have it one day. Okay. Now, are you able to indicate that this is where the town starts and ends? You know, like even is by way of a circle or something. You know, there we just have a name.
Yes.
So where does the town start and end?
The town, this is the railway line, so it starts from here. It goes all the way to here, according to the Mutitwandai township.
Yeah.
Then from there, it goes straight up to somewhere here, where we have, this is the river. So it goes up to here. So that, then following the railway line, up to here, this is the now where we have the town.
So that is a town. Is it in terms of coordinates?
Yes, it has coordinates.
It has coordinates.
Yes.
So that is the town in terms of the coordinates.
Yes.
Okay. And going by those coordinates, it is all clearly in Makueni.
Yes.
Okay. The next question is, you know, there is and when were those coordinates done?
I think that effort 1998. We have the survey plan, which is, indicates it was approved in 1998, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
It is indicated in the plan.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, just out of curiosity, you know, a town just develops where there is space.
Yes.
Is there a development of the town in terms of buildings and so on and so forth outside the coordinate area? Because
Yeah,
upon 1998, that's a way back.
There are people who have developed here, because, Amma, what is the question?
Yes.
Yes, when you border the town,
Yeah.
you also do some development, but you do a change of use for you to be able to, for it to be able to meet the standards of the township. Two, for it to be a township, we have a development plan.
I understand all that.
Yes.
I'm saying, are there developments well outside the coordinates?
No, for here, because it's the park, they are not there. Sorry, because of the park. Yes.
So the development of the town is, if you are to do the kind of Google, whatever that shows you what is on the ground,
Yes.
the built-up area will be what is within the coordinates.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it would be important, Council, that we get that plan, maybe through, you get the surveyor to acquire that boundary plan.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think looking at the act, it was supposed to be available at the town clerk's office, and I believe that would have been taken over by the county government, or even at IBC. I think looking at that act, it's...
Commissioner will liaise with the surveyor, the county leadership to establish where it is.
And I think the reason why we are saying this is, it is possible that the town has a boundary, but there are developments that have gone outside, which could be in a different county. I don't know whether you've been to Nyahururu. Anyone who has been to Nyahururu? Nyahururu is in 2 counties. Nyahururu town, like Kipia and Nyandarua. If you drive to the town, you can hardly tell where the boundaries are. But those are 2 different towns. But they have 2 different boundary plans. And I think that's what I'm trying to drive at. We need to know, differentiate between Mtandeo as an area, or whether it's the whole town that actually is
Yes, just to elaborate, and if I'm wrong, the surveyor will correct me. What he's trying to say is that if this is the boundary between Makueni County of Tuande and the national park, there will be no development along this area. Because this is the boundary, or this is the boundary between the county of Mutituande and the national park. They have a title to this, they have a title to this. So there will be no development of any sort. And I believe that is why they were trying to do the fencing, to establish exactly where is the border so that they can fence. I don't know whether it is fenced. So if it is fenced, it means there will be no development here, there will be no development here. And if we are talking about development on TAITA TAVETA County, then it means if, for instance, assuming this is not the park, and although this is not part of the town, but assuming there is a structure somewhere here, which is within TAITA TAVETA, then this person ordinarily would seek approval from TAITA TAVETA, not from Mutituande, not from Makueni. That is my understanding.
Maybe just lastly, Surveyor, would you know whether there are sacred sites for the Taitas in Makueni County?
Commission have been in Mutituande town, but I'm sorry I've not seen one. But maybe it was there a long time ago, before I went to Makueni. But physically, I've not seen one.
Not seen any. You're not aware of any sacred sites, because as part of your survey work, you're supposed to know where these sites are. Are you aware of any of those sacred sites?
No.
Are you familiar with the traditional beacons of the Taitas called figis?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
You're not familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you can also share the documentation on that boundary dispute with KWS, I think that would be important. And maybe that applies also to TAITA TAVETA. It would be interesting to see what, because for me I'll be curious as to whether KWS just had a dispute with Makueni and not TAITA TAVETA. Is there any documentation on that? I think that would be important for us. Okay, I think then we can leave it here. And any other issue you want to clarify with the?
No, on my part, no, Chair. We have two witnesses. They are a bit lengthy. I don't know whether we can take a health break, then we come back for the two witnesses.
Okay, let's take a break. We come back at 11:15.
11, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And that is a fixed time.
Yes, we'll be here. We are not even leaving.
Just like a fixed boundary.
No, we are not leaving.
Okay.
We're just here.
All right.
Yes.
Mr. Rono holding brief for Mr. Nyamodi for Kwale County. My apologies, I came in late.
Oh, we thought you finished yesterday and you took off.
No, no.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, for the record, I'm Manasseh Mwangi, the lead counsel for TAITA TAVETA County team. I'm Manasseh Mwangi. I'm the lead counsel for the TAITA TAVETA legal team. Okay. I apologize, I was not with you for the other days, but I formally now joined the team.
Okay, thank
And
you.
also Mr. Mwangombe is present with us for
Thank
the
you.
record.
All right, rise for the break.
ad.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Karibu. I was just about to ask whether he's here in his capacity as a senator or an advocate. We also have another senator here who is represents the claimants. So, Karibu san.
Yes, he's here as an advocate in that capacity. So we are starting with.
Is he part of your team?
Yes, he's part of the legal team now.
Okay.
We are 3. We'll start with a witness by the name Pascal Mutwetumo Chule. He has sworn an affidavit which was filed on 12th of March 2024. It's bound like this. I don't know if you can find it. Yes, that one. Yes. So with your permission, it can be sworn in? Can be sworn?
Yes, proceed.
My name is Pascal Mutwetumo Chule. I, Pascal Mutwetumo Chule, swear by the Almighty God that all I shall say before this commission shall be the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I think let's just wait for the chair to return. I think you can just sit so that wait for the chair to return. Our chair has just stepped out, so.
Thank you. As I have said, my name is Pascal Mutwetumo Chule, a resident of Mutitwandei. I was born on 2nd February 1952. Since then, I have stayed in Mutitwandei for most of my time. I want to give my evidence, if the commission so allows, to touch my personal experience in Mutitwandei. Then I'll give a short brief on the Kamba people, and then I have facts which are historical. One, I'll say I stayed in Mutitwandei for most of my time. And I started working in Mutitwandei in 1976. I was contracted by Kenya Apex Chemicals to sell Capino and Asporo, which were the main painkillers by that time. My main area of selling was Coast Province.
but he also sold part of Machakos, Kajiado, Kitengela, and other along the railway, along the Mombasa Road. I remember when we went down the road, we used to pay taxes to be allowed to sell our product to the mother councils of the areas where we were doing that. We paid to Machakos, we also paid to Narok, we also paid to TAITA TAVETA. And TAITA TAVETA we started paying when we reached Voi. Up to Mtituandei, which was our home area, our taxes were being paid to Machakos district or Machakos county council. I did that for 2 years. That was 76 and 77. Then in 1978, I started working with the Ministry of Education, where I worked up to 1986. I was a teacher in that area. During that time, we were working under Machakos district or Machakos district education officer. We were discharging our duties under him. All the schools in Mutituandei town in that area were private and government were being administered from Machakos. During that time, we also, as residents, were served by government departments, that is administration, police, national registration, and all other government services were being done from Machakos. In early 1977, or the end of 1987, or the end of 1986, I was appointed the chief of Mutituandei. The DC who appointed me was Peter Saisi of Machakos district. I worked for almost 30 years in that area. All our services were being conducted from Machakos. My experience goes beyond 1992, and I beg to give it. My jurisdiction as the chief of that area covered from Savo River, from its intersection with Garana or Adi River, all away to Msima Springs, turning to the northeast to Chulu Ranges at the summit, where we bordered Rift Valley coast and the east. That was the Chulu beacon, which is there. To the south of Mutituandei, it is a first land owned by the Kenya Wildlife Services. In that land, there were people working in there. The Kenya Wildlife Services Rangers, and also the Kenya Railway workers who were working on land stations which were along the railway line. Those people were families, and sometimes they used to have disputes between their families as well as between themselves. And they used to come for arbitration in my office at Mutitwandei town. In Mutitwandei, we had is a cosmopolitan town, majority being Kamba people, Kikuyu, Meru, a few of Taitas and the other tribes like Nandis, all that. That town is a cosmopolitan. When I came there, I would like to state that we lived very well with everybody in that area, being served by my office. There was no quarrel between any tribe which was living in Mutitwandei. The Taitas whom we were living with them there, we used to work with them. They were our friends. They are very few in number. I think even up to date, Mutitwandei being as big as it is, their plots cannot be, it's even not 5, 7, something like that. All the trenders in Mutitwandei and the development plans and the registration of licenses were done in Machakos. I vividly remember that the hotels like Gulia, Kilanguni, Gulia Tended Camps, Pinchaton, and all others which are there, even up to date, they are paying their licenses to Makueni, which was by then under Machakos. And we have proof. Even in 2024, we have the receipts which they are paid, because they are being served by Makueni County. I remember having served them all that time and having been their friends. Our friendship had no boundaries, because we also have Kambas who are living in TAITA TAVETA. We used to visit one another, and there is a lot of intermarriage between them, even from the real Taita to us. Our Kambas have been married there, and theirs have been married in our area. Although the number in our area is very, very minimal. During the political exercises, as I said, my evidence goes beyond 1992. We used to conduct political rallies. I remember in 1988, we, the chiefs, were appointed to be in charge of the councillors' campaigns. And just to go a bit back a little, 1987, Mutitwandei, we went to, we sent a delegation to the Minister of Local Government from Mutitwandei Trenders. And we were looking to be granted urban council. And this urban council was granted by the Minister of Local Government as a result of being asked by the Mutitwandei Trenders, where I was also there. This council was being managed from Machakos County Council. The 5 councillors were elected in 1988, and their chamber was in Mutito Andei. Actually, they came to my office. I gave them room in my office. And they took one wing of my office to become their offices and their chamber. Since then, that office is still there. Now it is being used by the county council officers. We have the ward and Mutito Andei ward administration, ward development administration. We have Mutito Andei MCA office there. During all this time, all the government services to the people of Mutito Andei, including the minority, the Taitas, were offered from Machakos. That is, the police is under Machakos. Its jurisdiction covers from Savo River all the way to Rombo River and this way. If anything happens in Kilanguni, if anything happens in Ngulia, if anything happens in Pinjaton and the railway line station, which concerns the police, it is done by Mutito Andei Police OCS and the Makueni OCPD. The education has ever been done given from Machakos and now Makueni. All other departments, name them, they were being, since history, they were being offered from Machakos and now Makueni. In 1988, after we were given the Mutito Andei Urban Council, we approached again the office of the office of the minister through our DC, and we were allowed to do planning of Mutito Andei because we found the town is not built well. We wanted to use our plots so that we can get loans and such. And as a planner by the name Mrs. Washira was sent to do planning of Mutito Andei. Later, after doing the planning, a surveyor by the name Mrs. Carroll was sent to do the survey of Mutito Andei. And this one was done. We were arranged so that we could have a planned town. This I'm saying because I think somebody talked of somebody's ancestral land being taken away. Actually, if I can talk about the Taita people, according to my knowledge, 99% of the Kambas, the people of those who were somehow affected in order to pave way for the planning, were the Kambas and the Kikuyus. I remember the only one person who was next to Joanna Chase Secondary School, and he is still there. He has not been moved. And I also want to put it clear here. In Mutito Andei, there were no farmland as for very recent, for those years. Although There were the first Kambas who settled there in Mutito Andei, who occupied farmland like late Kangale Munyambu, Malungusu, Pastor Malungusu, Kitavi Ikusia and his brother Mutisia. And later, when the Savo Inn was being rehabilitated, there came Taitas from Taita to come to work there. The manager was the Mukamba, and they were employed there. After being employed, after completing, they also brought other people, and they were given commercial plots in Mutito Andei by the Kamba people, which they built, and they were building, interacting with the Kamba people and the other tribes in that Mutito Andei. I remember during those times we have learned how Machakos County Council was approached and gave permission to register the plots in Mutito Andei. Some of them, the title deeds we have there, were registered back in 1970. And therefore, the people settled there in that pattern, and the Taitas had no ancestral land there. Actually, if we can say, those who might say ancestral were the Kambas, those four people. Munyambu Kangale was the Kanu chairman of that time, and was given leadership of that area, and is the one who invited everybody in Mutito Andei. He actually sold that piece of land to all of us. When it comes to politics, I have said we used to conduct political rallies up to Ngulia, up to Kilanguni, up to Pinjaton, up to all that area. As I said, it is beyond 92. And then those people used to come and vote at Mutito Andei. Our voting station was Mutito Andei Primary School for all those ages. And it was a voting station for Kibwezi constituency, now Kibwezi East. Of late, when we came to know about 1992, we saw some Taita people coming from Taita, and they came to claim Mutito Andei is their place. They managed to take some of our Kambas, and they gave them bursaries, very heavy bursaries. And they lured them even beyond the boundary where they are claiming to be theirs. And they opened later, and that is after Honorable Naomi Shaban went to court. I think it was sometimes 2000, somewhere there. He went and he made a case to IEBC to stop us from now those people inside there coming to vote in Mutito Andei Primary. And since I think he was not challenged, he won that court, and that is how they came to open a polling station inside the park, not in Mutito Andei. There is a polling station, they say it is there. And the funny thing about it is that they have started registering people 10 kilometers from Titwande inside the Kamba people, giving them money, luring them, and promising them that they will give them bursaries and other things. Right now, I think they have registered some Kambas to be voting in that park, in that polling station, which is right inside the park, not in Mutitwande. During that time, when I was young and when I grew up, we used to have a signpost at Savo River Bridge on Mombasa Road, which was there all the time. I think it was removed around 2013, somewhere there. And that signpost read, "Welcome to Machakos County Council." And it used to be there all the time. When we cut the Makueni Makueni district before, it was changed to "Welcome to Makueni County Council." And later, it was removed by our brothers from TAITA for reasons that we didn't know, because it has been there for years. I remember around 20s, we were astonished to see a group of Taitas coming to host a flag just in front of my office. In front of my office there. In fact, I was not there by that time. But before I arrived there, the post was already removed. And that is when now we started to ask what is happening. To come to other brief about the Kamba people. Allow me to go to say a little bit of history so that it can guide us. As I said, I am giving evidence which is beyond 1992. Kamba people and the other Mbandus were believed to have come from Congo. They moved all the way, they came to Taita, they left Taita there, Kikuyus passed, and the Kambas were left there. There is a group of Kamba people which was left at Nguria Use. And it lived there, and it is still within that area, although it is said in 1936 it was moved by the Mzungu to pave way for Savo National Park creation, which was created in 1948. And they were told to settle between Mutitwande and Kiboko River. And that is what happened. Those people are still there. They are called Ngulia people, and they are Kambas. When you look at the stations of the railway line when Mzungu came, all those stations that are from Chulu Station, Kinanie, all those were named by Akamba names. There are no Taita names there. And as I said, we do not want to go against the law. But sometimes when historical injustice comes, people should be allowed to talk. Because all the documents that we have since 1992 backward, or 1990, let's say backward, they have indicated what is our boundary between Taita and Taveta. I think we have presented them in this, before this commission. If you allow me, I'll also comment when the Kenya was protracted and it was named Kenya, Republic of Kenya in Kenya 1921, in Bangington, in Britain. Those documents, we have them. They have explained what are their boundaries. 1931, we have documents written by our DCs, even giving population along that river, that is Savo River, all the way to Musima, giving women, giving men and children, which they said these people live in this area. That was before 1948 when Savo National Park was created. And we have all those documents indicating the boundary between Kamba and Taita people. And we have lived with a lot of peace with our brothers and sisters of Taita, and we respect them. After that, we also have, and this one we got when we smelled a rat through the office of the Kasanga and the Mulwa advocates. When we started smelling the smell, we asked them to get us the archives notes about our boundary because we wanted to know. And that is why we got the document of 1921, 1931, 1932, 1959, 1962, the Kenyan Gazette, explaining our boundaries between the Kamba and the Taita. We also wondered, because during that time, we also got documents from Taita people. And I believe whether these people are still alive. Frederick Masengu was the chairman of that, it was elected leaders of Taita people. Yeah. These people were the elected members of members meeting of African District Council on 7th April 1953. They wrote a letter to the Secretary, East African Royal Commission, Private Bank, Kikuyu, through the chairman, African and Official Members Organization, Kenya Legislative Council, Nairobi, Box 1677. Among what they talked about was the boundary between the Kamba people and the Taita people. And this one, if I am allowed, I can even read part of it. Mpaka ya Taita district kama ifuatavyo.
Council, what
sorry?
What bit is that? It's an annexure?
Yeah.
Which one?
This one. Yeah, it's at page 11, but where is reading at page 12, where is written Taita district.
Where it starts with Mpaka ya Taita district.
Mpaka ya Taita district. Ni kama ifuatavyo. Imefanya mpaka na Tanganyika kupakana na Pare na Usambara, alafu kupitia kusini ya Kazigau ikienda Taru kupakana na Duruma na Giriama. Kutoka hapa huenda mpaka mto wa Athi, ukifanya mto mpaka makutano ya mito ya Athi na Savo, alafu ufuata mto wa Savo mpaka ambao ni mpaka wa Taita na Ukambani, mpaka Mzima Springs, alafu mpaka ziwani Sawale mpaka ziwa la Chale. Hii ni maandishi iliandikwa na aliyekuwa chairman akiwa na watu hawa. Kuna wale wengine walikuwa hawako, pia wameandikwa hapo. Frederick Masage ambao ni chairman, Daton Mwanyumba, Bwana Andrew Mapanga, Alexander Dambo, Bwana Kabanga, Bwana Edward Msamuli, Bwana Suberi Mwakibogo na wengine. Wao, those people testified they are bounded, and at the end of this document wanaapa ya kwamba hakuna mtu atakayeruhusiwa kuingia katika mipaka ya Taita kulingana na vile wameeleza. Sasa tunashangaa. We are really worried how these people are coming again to claim another land which they truly know it is not in their land. When we come to the Act of 1959, the Provincial and the District Boundaries Proclamation 1959, it is very clearly written the boundary of Kamba people. And if allowed, maybe I can read it. This I will read from Taita district.
Which page are we on, Council? Okay.
No, 1950, 1952 or 62. Yeah, the Titan district. In part.
Yes, 1962, yes.
It was revised in 1962. It was written in 1959. Thence, easterly, southerly, generally southeasterly, and westerly, by the general northern boundary of that land unit to the Rombo River, the river I talked about. Thence, downstream by the course of that river to the influence with the Savo River. Thence, downstream by the course of the latter river to the confluence with Adi or Sambaki or Ngarana River. Then downstream by the course of that latter river. That was our boundary. Now, what is really making us, if allowed, let me say, the boundaries were changed later. We don't want to go against our legal framework of the country. But we also know people make mistake. 1992, the Ukambani, we were in the opposition. And most of our things were not taken well. By that time, we had, there is something which went in the parliament, and it was hidden. We did not know until 2013. When, and we called the MP who was there. She was Honorable Agnes Ndete, and we wanted to ask her what had happened that our land has been taken. Actually, our assertion is that this one was brought by Darius Mbela, the Minister of Kano by that time, the Minister of Land, and he marshaled people and it was brought down. How it came to be until he was, at that time he was in the parliament, he didn't know. He came to learn later. And actually we only knew about it in 2013. That is when we knew our boundary was changed. The Kambas have been waiting for a chance to correct the injustice, because this one is calculated as a total injustice to our land. And now, it is well depicted, even when you take somebody's property and you are taking in a hurry, Satan does not allow you to complete the circle. That is why you find there is a lot of confusion and a contradiction in what they have written, because the 1992 Act states that all Mutitwande is inclusive. That meaning somebody who was writing was not very sure what he was writing. Again, some of their witnesses, they have even contradicted themselves even with the 1992 assertion of the boundary, saying one runs along the river, another one says one runs along the railway line, and again on the road. We have seen the Ngungu map here. It is also giving another fashion, meaning this question of Mutito Andei, we Kambas, we are confused. And we were, although we know by that time there was no public participation, but somehow it was good that we know the reasons why our boundary was changed. And actually I want to state before this commission, the Kamba people are not contented, and they want to use available means to bring back what belonged to them, because we understand the boundaries were put clearly by the colonial government, and we have had the witnesses here saying they want to follow the colonial government. And if
Bwana Pascal, you are not here to respond to what the other witnesses say. Just tell us confine yourself to a submission.
Okay, thank you. It just went over the pole. So, about what I was to testify, I have given my experience as the chief of that area, and how we have been giving services to the people, and where did we get them from, Mutito Andei. There is not one time as I have heard, that Mutitwande people received services from TAITA TAVETA. There is no one time except one woman and another man from TAITA, if I am not wrong, due to the handouts she was and they were given, they paid their license to TAITA TAVETA through those people who came. But later, they found they have done wrong. So they paid again to the right place. And since that time, that has never changed. So Mutitwande, which is in Makueni, has never been in TAITA. The people of TAITA, whom we live with, have said we are friends. And the schools which are there, like in Joanna Chase, was named after a lady of CPK who came from Machakos, and she came to start the school of Joanna Chase. I remember one day when she was going to see the DEO Machakos, she crashed at Chumbi and then died, and the school was named after her, Joanna Chase. I have never seen a chief, assistant chief, any other person, leader from TAITA TAVETA coming to Mutitwande to give service. I said I have been there over 40 years, which I served the government, and about 30 years as the chief. We have never interacted in those ways. When they came to us, we used to give them services. They talked about shrines. In Mutitwande, we have those few Taitas. Let me say they are true Christians. There is no one day I've ever witnessed any shrine being put anywhere in Mutitwande. To our astonishment is that in tradition we have witchcraft which people bring at night, and maybe they can plant at your home, maybe to confuse you and all that. This one, if anything might have been done, maybe there are people who are even not known to Mutitwande who came to plant charms in Mutitwande. And I would like them to go and show us. And again, they have caused fear in our people, even including the Taitas who are living there. So it is an act which they should have not done. Because the few people we leave them there, we are friends and we know one another. These are just a few who want to come and cause chaos in us. And this chaos, there is a way how it is started. Somebody in our people, even Kambas, not even Taitas, were not certified because maybe they thought they were not given services like bursaries, services, other services from the political arm.
Let me just confirm. Do we have this in the affidavit?
What is just stated now, and I agree with the Commissioner Okumo that he probably is responding to what they say, which is not supposed to be the case. So confine yourself to what you know. Don't try to respond to what you heard them say. Okay? Just confine yourself to what is your evidence relating to our case. But don't think, oh, alisema namna hii, then wacha nijibu yeye. No. Okay, thank you.
Pole, Chair. I want to finish by giving other personal experiences. During my tenure, and even when I was before the chief, the district commissioner Machakos, using government funds, constructed Mutitwande Rest Lodge, State Rest Lodge. And this one was put under management. It was being looked for by the area chief in that town. And when I came, I took over the administration police, the ground people who were working in that area, and the works ministries officers used to pass through my office. The administration and the people, the groundmen, were working under me. That we were used to plant flowers, water the area, and all that. And when the president used to come, actually I was accosted with looking for goats and all other food stuff to bring. We used to cook using Kilanguni stuff. When the president arrives at Mutitwande, the people from Taita, because that is where we prepared food, we used to invite them. They were our brothers. We could not eat when they are not eating, and we knew the other food was to be done either in Mombasa. They used to come there, we eat together, and we dine together friendly. Then after that, the convoy we got into the convoy with our PC, our DC, and the security team up to Savo River, where on arrival, we used to find other people on the other side where we have man-eaters hotel there. Then we could hand over the president to the coast people, and then we come back. We knew that river was our end point of Eastern Province, where our post was. Mutitwande was a place conducive for food, eating, and also resting for our president. It was not for handing over the president to the Taita people. As I said, during those years, 1988, 87, 88, we were given urban council, which was being managed by Machakos County Council. And it ran for several, maybe two terms, that is 10 years. And later, it was changed to Mutitwande Town Council. And this time, it was done when we were in Makueni. With me here, we also have the chief who was before me, although he retired in 1991, when everything was normal. We have the chairman of Makueni County Council, who was also the Kanu chairman of Machakos, vice chairman of the youth. So those days, the urban council and the Mutitwande Town Council were run from Machakos and Makueni. There is no time did we get any service from TAITA TAVETA. In Mutitwande, we have people who clean the town. We have other people. They are all employed from Makueni. There is no one day TAITA TAVETA came to give any services of whatever kind. Therefore, we are amazed to hear them claiming Mutitwande to be their town. For that matter, although maybe I've left a few others, I was cautioned not to mention, although they are bitter, some of them are bitter, I think that is the fashion we have in Mutito Andei. And my request, I think our people, I request this commission to withdraw what is being said, and maybe you give us our Mutito Andei, we remain the status quo.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, I have about 2-3 clarification issues. Bwana Chule, could you just clarify, in Mutito Andei town, Mutito Andei, is there a ward, a political ward,
There is a political ward called Mutito Andei Ward, and the offices for that ward are at Mutito Andei town. Since we created, they have been there ever since. Because even before the urban was created, there were offices for count revenue clerks. They were all at Mutito Andei.
That ward, Mutito Andei ward, is in which constituency?
Kibwezi East, right now.
Kibwezi East constituency lies under which county?
It lies in Makueni County.
Makueni County used to be a district?
Makueni County used to be a district before the devolution.
And Makueni County is an offshoot of which district then?
Before, and when I was employed, we were under Machakos district. Politically, we were under Machakos County Council.
And Machakos district then was lying within some province. Which province is that?
Eastern Province.
And Taita, was there a Taita district?
There was a Taita district.
Taita district was it in Eastern Province?
Taita district was in Kosti Province.
Okay.
As I have arranged the boundaries the way they were.
Now, you were chief of Mutito Andei location.
I was the chief of Mutito Andei location for about 30 years.
As the chief of Mutito Andei location, you were reporting to which district officer?
I started reporting to Machakos district. Then we got the Makueni district. We switched to Makueni district. That is where I retired.
Within Mutito Andei ward, how many other wards make the constituency?
There is an history of wards there.
Mm-hmm.
If allowed, I can start from the Mutito Andei urban. Mutito Andei urban covered an area where there were 5 wards. It was Mutito Andei ward, Kadekani ward, Kambu ward, Mangelete ward, and the Zambani ward, or Mudingini ward. Then there was another ward which was outside, which belonged to the district, which belonged to the county council. Then later, it came and then we followed the same in Mutito Andei Town Council. They followed the same. Then later, when we got the devolution, now we have Mutito Andei Ward, we have Zambani Ivingoni Ward, we have Dange Ward, we have Masongaleni Ward. Yeah, there are 4.
Okay. In your location, and this is my summary, in your location, the location that you are at jurisdiction or you are in charge of, on the side of TAITA TAVETA, can you recollect the name of the location that bordered your location?
I would like to say between us and the TAITA TAVETA is about 100 kilometers. And that is all the park. It is animals.
Wait. When you say, because that is very important, when you say that between us, are you saying between the boundary of your location?
Yeah, the boundary of our location minus park.
No, elaborate to us because I'm getting lost.
Okay, let me explain.
You
the
saw
boundary
the
of location
yes.
of that time when I was employed was not following where the people settled for their land. Some part is in Savo East and in Savo West. And the distance from where the people were settling to our boundary with the TAITA TAVETA is 48.3 kilometers. That is Savo River. And from there are other kilometers for the animals. That is the national park. And we were not actually interacting very much in any way. They belong to coast, we belong to east. And we were not very much able to know, but I know there were some locations like Bololo, things like that, but I'm not very sure because we did not interact.
I'll take you back so that I can understand. You have a boundary where your location reaches, isn't it? Now I'm asking between where your location reaches as a boundary to where the location which is the neighboring location from TAITA TAVETA. How
inclusive of the park?
Yes, inclusive of the park.
Okay.
Yes.
It's about 50 kilometers. Okay. Because from where the people are to where the people are in TAITA is about 100.
That is all on my part.
You said that there is a police station inside the park.
Yes.
This police station is in the neighborhood of the ward for Mutituandei.
No.
No,
According,
please understand me. I'm asking. Mutituandei ward as a neighbor ward in TAITA TAVETA.
Oh, yes, yes.
What is the name of that ward?
That ward, they are calling, I'm not, they said it here, I don't know.
Fine. Now that police station now that police station in the park, is it in Mutituandei ward in Makueni?
No.
Okay, that's all.
It is not there. It is inside the park, not even in the where the community people are living.
Chair, that will be all on our part in the in-chief evidence. I'll hand over to the Commission for any clarification questions.
Okay.
Chief Chule. You say you were appointed in 1977 as a chief?
1977, I was working as a contractor of Apex Chemicals, selling Asporo and the drugs to Kosti province.
So when did you
And
become a chief?
1978 is when I joined the education.
Like when did you become a chief?
1987 starting.
87.
Yeah.
Up to?
2015 end.
And this was all of it was in Mtituandei.
It was all in Mtituandei.
So you're very familiar with the place and the people.
Very familiar.
You know them
I
very
know
closely
them by their names.
by their names. When it comes to licensing, okay, who were you there when the town plots were being allocated? The town plots.
Yeah, the town plots. I also have plots there.
You have plots.
All the towns,
No, just answer my question.
yes,
Why you have plots in the Mtitwandei town?
in Mtitwandei town.
Where do you pay your rates?
Sorry?
Where do you pay your rates?
We used to pay in Machakos, and now we are paying in Makueni.
Has there been a time when you have paid rates
Not at all.
to TAITA TAVETA?
Not at all. Even the plan, the piece of land, which was done in 1988 and was finished 1992, was being done by Machakos district. That surveyor came from Machakos. The planner came from Machakos, Mrs. Washira, and the surveyor, Mrs. Sikaro.
That's fine. I'm clear.
Yeah.
I'm clear with that. And all these plans were approved where? Where were they approved?
The 1992 was approved by DC Alubale. He was the plot chairman by that time of Makueni.
Makueni.
Yeah.
So none of it was done.
Nothing was done
Okay.
the other side, and we had no anything in common with the TAITA in terms of plots.
The state lodge.
Yes.
Where is the state lodge?
The state lodge is across the road where my office is. It's just across the road.
Okay, from here I can't tell where across the road is.
It is about, you can imagine, my office is
I don't know.
touched.
Is the surveyor still here?
It is in...
Just a second. Is the surveyor still here?
Yeah.
Are you able to just put up that map as he speaks? I can move on to something else. Put up the map. We can try and see if we can be able to, even the Google one, we can try and locate where that state lodge is. We are across the road. The way you're describing it is actually where senior counsel is.
I was just
inside.
saying to prove how the distance between.
Yes, but the across the road can be Mombasa Road.
Yeah, Mombasa Road.
Yeah. So what
Sorry.
we can be able. But then if you're able, maybe when you go to the ground, we'll see it properly.
Yeah.
If you're able to just even put up the Google one, we can be able to see. Yes. Yeah. I want to move on to, when you are chief there, you're saying are there TAITAs living in that?
TAITAs came as traders, and they were invited by the Kambas, like the Kikuyus, the Nandis, the Waindis, the Wazungus, who were invited there. And they bought land from Kambas, and they were given.
So historically,
the plots, not actually land.
No, historically, when you go back to the history of the area, at no point are you seeing the land having been occupied by TAITAs?
No, they just came and they were allowed to settle by the Kambas. Very few, and I have said they are very few.
Okay, in your testimony, you said something, maybe just for clarification. You use the word real TAITAs. I don't know what you meant by real TAITAs. In your testimony, you talked about real TAITAs, that they were real TAITAs. So I don't know whether they are fake ones or what do you mean by real?
After intermarriage, a few who have been married there, they produced, what do I call it? Kamba TAITA.
Mixed.
Then
those are the fake ones.
They are the real who came as the real TAITAs.
The original one, the purebred TAITAs.
Yeah.
Okay, so these ones are mixed. They are TAITA, Kambas, and any other type.
No, very, very few.
Okay.
Less than 100.
Less than 100. I want to talk
about children.
You also made a statement about you are in charge of campaigns. I need just clarification whether you are campaigning or are you responsible for licensing of the campaigns, ensuring this peace, or
after the campaign were kicked off, we were providing security to those people because they used to campaign when they were many. And during that time, they were not allowed to go one. We used to have only one meeting. So we were the regulators of that meeting. We could now sit down with them, who is to start, you are to start, you are to start, you are to start. When do you want to go?
Okay.
We want to go to Ngulia Lodge.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So, and I know this is a time when rallies were being licensed.
Yeah, they were licensed.
So were you the one licensing them?
Yeah, they got licenses, and we were given a pro forma.
From who? Who was given the licenses?
I think they got it from, was it from the DC?
From the DC, okay.
I believe.
And these were councillors. They were councillors. Were
They
they
were
councillors
councillors.
running for seats in Taita Taveta or in Machakos then?
Sir, I said we had no leader
No,
from
just
there.
answer my
No,
question.
they were not from Taita Taveta. They were all from Machakos and later Makueni.
There's something you said about the change in boundary in 1992. And I want us just to be clear. After you said the boundary was changed, you said your land was taken, the land of the Kambas was taken. Are you agreeing that that amendment in 1992 actually moved Mtitwande from Makueni to Taita Taveta?
What I'm saying is this. Our former boundary as pertain to records that we have behind 1992, and actually which we did not even know 1992.
That's fine. I want us to go after 1992. This was that was your statement.
Yeah.
The boundary was changed in 1992 and your land was taken. I need you to tell us whether by this amendment, effectively Mtitwande moved from Makueni or the old Machakos to Taita Taveta.
Mtitwande was not moved from Makueni to Taita Taveta. What they moved is the other land, and just on the north, on the west of Nairobi, Mombasa Road, which belongs to Makueni.
Which land is that?
There is
Is that part of the park? Because
part of the park.
Is that part of the park?
Part of the park. As I said, sir, our jurisdiction, because we were in charge of people, we did not follow the boundaries of where the people are settling. Because in the park, there were people living there. In the railway stations, lands, there were people living there.
Let's just focus on this piece of land. We have been told that the boundary is actually the park, and as of today, it is fenced. So, is that park in Taita Taveta, or is that park, that side of the park? Is there Mtitwande, then the park, then Taita Taveta, or?
As per 1992, the fencing which has been done has correctly followed the boundary explained in 1992. The 1992, somehow, sir, we are also questioning. But as per 1992, the boundary followed is not in Mtitwande, except it is contradicting somehow, it including Mtitwande, things like this. And I want to say, in that area, even inside the park, we have Mtitwande statute, we have Mtitwande main gate, we have so many things called Mtitwande inside there, where they have taken that land. I don't know whether they were referring to Mtitwande main gate, or they were referring to Mtitwande circuit, or what, because it is not clear to us.
So what do you want corrected? Because me hearing you said land was taken. I need to know what land was taken. And this, when you are questioning this, your former MP, Honorable Ndetei, what was the grievance? What was taken from?
I want to answer in two steps. Step number one, 1992 Act has not taken Mtitwande town. That is clear. Number two, 1992 Act, which I think, although we had a representative who was on denied, it took our land from the bridge of Savo River to Mtitwande, to the Mtitwande River, to Chulutu, to Mzima, and then down the river Savo. That was our land which was taken.
Are you able to just load up that map? I really need. I need to see what the chief is saying. I think put up the survey one, the one that shows the boundary with Savo.
Sir, if you allow, the map which is being put up here for Makueni or Machakos is as a result of 1992. But still, I can point the land we were questioning.
That's what I want. That's what I want. Just for my understanding, because when the surveyor stood up and was presenting, and even council went to the map and showed the map of the park as being the boundary, but now you're saying that according to you, the boundary should have been a bit inside the park.
Inside.
So basically, you have a counterclaim for the boundary.
Yeah, it's okay. I am ready to explain, sir.
No, it's okay. No, just for clarification. It's not about. I need to just understand where you're saying you are.
You can go on
maybe
the other
inset.
one. No, not this one. The other one.
No, the inset. This one is okay. Is this one?
The one showing the map of Makueni.
Okay. Okay, as he loads up, so that we don't waste time. I want us to go to watch our taika to tutarudi hapo. This assertion that there are shrines, Taita shrines, or shrines for the Taita people within this Mtitoande area. Are you, being a chief all that time, did you encounter or see any shrines for the Taitas?
Sir, I said, I have no experience at all or evidence seeing any Taita coming for any shrine. And the Taitas we live with them in Mutitoande are Christians. And we go to
no, but you see, they can be coming from as far as
maybe
Voi.
they came at night and they need to show us, but we do not have any experience at all. And nobody in Mutitoande knows of any shrine in that area.
Are you aware of these traditional beacons called figis?
Figis, I just read them in their statement.
In your time as a chief, you never heard of.
In Ukambani, we have Madembo, where we used to go to offer offerings to appease the gods for rain.
Madembo is now.
Madembo
those are your shrines.
It's
okay,
an altar.
An altar.
Yeah,
do you have any? Are there any in Mtitoande?
They are inside our land.
But Mtitoande is not your land.
Mtitoande, no. Mtitoande is a town, a very small place there. A town where cosmopolitan, which is cosmopolitan, all people, all types, and all religion are there.
So I want to. You are not familiar with those beacons, traditional beacons for the Taitas called figis.
We have not seen them, and if they came at night, they did.
No. This is not about shrines anymore. Now these are markers, beacons.
Nothing like that, sir.
Nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You've raised it? During the time you were chief, were there any evictions of any other community from Mtitoande?
No eviction, except when we were trying to save water for coast and even for us. We removed people from Chulu National Park. That was part of my location. And we sat down with our people and we agreed they should move, and they were given alternate land at Masongalini. And those who are pure Kambas who are there. There are no other eviction whatsoever. And in Mutitoande, as I explained, sir, 1988, we requested for planning of the Mutitoande through the Minister of
that's fine. In 1992, when the Act was passed, were there any evictions?
No eviction at all, except You know, when the town is planned,
You know, I'm having problems when you say there are no evictions, then you have exceptions. So were there evictions or there were no evictions?
I don't know how I'll term it because,
If you answer yes, I can go and tell me about the evictions.
okay, yeah, those who were in public places, mainly the campus,
Were canvas.
were campus,
Okay, thank you.
not the Taitas.
Okay, are you able to try and
Hey, this one, the other map, not this one. The Makueni map, the big map of Makueni. Yeah. Just a bit up, just narrow it.
even if you overlay the other one, it will still show the state.
State launch is here. It is even written state launch. And according to Google Map, which comes from the railway line there, it follows this dot. It is written Makueni Taita count. Coming this way, where the town ends. This is the end of the town. This is park.
Can you put the terrain one?
Sorry? It follows the boundary of the national park. Between the national park and the town. Crosses Mombasa Road, comes to Mutitu Andei, no, not National Park West, main gate is here. The main gate is this side. It is not inside. Then it turns somehow northwesterly, following the pipeline. There is the pipeline. This is the pipeline. Then to Mutitu Andei River, and follows Mutitu Andei to Chulu to Beacon.
Okay.
So the town is here. The state launch is here. My office is just here. If we
That
can
is,
enlarge,
that is across the road, eh?
yeah, across
Okay.
the road, and it is here, or in Mutitu Andei.
Thank you, thank you.
Maybe, I don't know whether this will be, and it's okay.
Thank you, Pascal. I think some of the questions I've had, they've been asked, but I want you to clarify something. You talked of a court case still on the matter of boundaries, which involved, I think, Mheshimiwa Naomi Shaban, and which you alluded, I think she won. But I didn't understand the repercussions of that, especially in how it may have affected the voting patterns or who was voting where across those boundaries.
The question here was before 2013, we used the people in Ngulia, Kilanguni, Pinjaton, Ngulia tented camps, and all other gates of the KWS. The people who were there used to vote at Mutitu Andei Primary School. From 2013 backward, since we had independence, then when they were following this 1992, I believe Naomi Shaban Mheshimiwa aliona hao watu waache kuja pande hii, na ndio alienda kotini akastaki IBC, ndio sisi watu wa Kibwezi East tuache watu wa pande hiyo waache kuja kupika kura pande ya kwetu. Hao ni watu wa KWS Rangers in the park, people in the hotels, and in any other place where there are people. And I think she was awarded the case. And that is why they came and started a voting station, which I think is a bit virtual because there is no building where they say it is this one. Somewhere they come and they just ask for a room in one of the offices in the park, and they vote there. That is what I meant.
So the real impact on ground is that there are people who initially were from Makueni who now are forced to vote in?
They have lured them using money, poverty. That area is a big poor. They give them money, even 10 kilometers across Mutitwandei River, inside Makueni, up to Ndongoni, which is 25 kilometers. There are people who are coming there because of money. They come to register in that area. And now they are claiming they have people in Mutitwandei. But the polling station is not in Makueni. It is inside the park. They go there, they ask permission and security for the people to go and vote because of animals.
So who provides this permission and security?
The KWS.
Okay. I think the next question is really about, this petition was about double taxation. And it was about taxation, double taxation in the towns. Huh? But I see in your presentation, you've been very clear in trying to say Mutitwandei as a town and the general area of Mutitwandei. In fact, the 1992 law change, you say, took away some land.
Which is not in the town.
Which is not in the town. That is true. But may you be aware of any people within Mutitwandei, which you call very cosmopolitan, who are suffering from double taxation? Or from being taxed by both?
I know them personally. There are about 3 people. When they were given money, they were asked to pay their licenses to TAITA. And there are people who came from TAITA. Secretly, they took their money. When the count officers were going in the shops asking for licenses, is when they said they have paid their trained licenses to TAITA. They were questioned, under what criteria did they pay the taxes to TAITA? Finally, they were given options. Either we take you to court, because this is Makueni count, or you pay twice. Having realized their mistake, they paid the money to Makueni count. I don't know whether they went and they are reimbursed the money they paid to TAITA, which they paid illegally. Because not one time. And it was so painful. Sometimes when we saw these people, there was a time they came and they wanted to go, they went to police to be given security to come and collect. The police said, we have got no status quo now to work with you to go and have a G3 in front of a shop of Makueni to force them to pay you. Because everything here is in Makueni. There was a time they came and they went back.
So in your considered opinion, would you attribute this to confusion? Or is it an issue of confusion of the boundaries? Because you do not seem to have a problem with where Mutitwandei town is, which you've defined and shown us.
Truly, I cannot put it as a confusion. Ni mtu ana matakwa ambayo haifai kuwa nayo. Ni mtu anataka kitu ya mwingine ambayo haimfai, lakini anataka achukue hii. And if I will say, I think this question of Mutitwandei is being put up because they have realized we are soon going either to court to challenge 1992. Maybe they want to put us afar so that we don't go.
Okay, to 1992 now, and the testimony you've given, including, I think, having faced up with Mheshimiwa Netei, but I would want to understand, since 1992, and you're telling us this came to your notice around 2013.
Yeah.
Probably about 20 years after action.
The action was done.
And you say there may have been politics, but is there any record of official complaint or registration of dissatisfaction by the leadership or your people or anyone from Makueni
We sat
that would
down.
form basis of this. Yeah.
We sat down. We wrote complaint to our parliament, to our senator, complaining about that one, and saying we were derived our rights over our area, actually where our parents, grandparents were living before they were taken away to ease creation of Sabo National Park. And it was taken out of us without our information, and we need to have it. There is that record. And I even have one here, which I wrote to the, and I think I've even given one to come to the National Land Commission. I don't know whether it arrived.
Okay, maybe just as a follow-up, has there been any developments out of those complaints that you may be?
I think it is in course. It is in course. I have seen the former senator, now our governor, has even written, there is writing when he was a senator, challenging the same. And I think it is not completed. And maybe this one from Tito Andei has come up in order to shut us from asking for what has been taken from us.
Okay. I think a last clarification. In your affidavit, you talk of providing services to the areas, to the areas you showed us there. Would you be clear whether the services are to what we are calling Tito Andei town or the general area of Tito Andei, including what you say was taken away by the 1992 law?
My services and the services of the chiefs who had been there before me and who are even now after me were for the people of Mtito Andei. And for your information, even now, the people in that area which was taken are also being served in Mtito Andei for all government services. Make it health, make it education, registration, whatever. They are all being served there. And I said we have even given receipts. These are the receipts for the people, those areas, paying taxes to, service taxes to us. So they are still ongoing.
Thank you.
Yes, Pascal.
Sir.
Just a few clarifications following on questions by my colleagues. I also need to be a lot clear about the complaint that came about from 1992. Is it my understanding that the issue around the changes in 1992 was effectively expanding the border of the national park?
No.
Is it an issue of the national park?
No.
So the boundaries of the national park are known?
They are normal. They are okay.
So the issue of 1992 was not about the national park?
It was about expanding the boundaries of TAITA TAVETA.
Okay. So let me read paragraph. Okay, first of all, the amendment reads in part, the 1992. Let me just pick the relevant portion. Thence generally northeasterly, southerly, and easterly by the park boundary, including Mtito Andei, to its intersection with the western boundary of the National Nairobi-Mombasa Road Reserve. What is your understanding of that, including Mtito Andei?
To me, to my understanding, that is ambiguous. Or else, I said
it's what?
Ambiguous. Because you cannot write two things.
I didn't get that word.
Then it is contradictory. Ambiguity.
Ambiguity. Okay, ambiguity. Okay.
Because if you go to read that one of Makueni, it also reads the same. And as I've said, there are so many things there called Mtito Andei. We have Mtito Andei Sanctuary, we have Mtito Andei Sapo West National Park Gate, we have Mtito Andei Chulu Gate, we have all those things, and all which were in Ukambane, but 1992 has taken them back. But the town itself has never, ever been in Taita Taveta, even 1992.
So my question is, what is your understanding of that, including Mtito Andei?
My understanding is that the person who wrote that one wrote it in hurriedly and did not consider to go down to the ground and make clearly what he was talking about. Because I think he was writing something in a hurry in order to grab. Actually, they wanted to grab. So that's why they wrote it in hurry. And when you took even the Google map, it is also confusing. It is giving us another boundary. The one, although you said I don't comment what they have said, sorry. Even themselves, they are also contradiction on what they did, they have written.
So it's because I wanted to understand the context of your affidavit, because in paragraph 21 you say, I'll just read the relevant part, the Minister of Lands secretly started efforts to unlawfully and unprocedurally alter the boundary of Taita Taveta in order to incorporate Mtito Andei. That's a grievance you have.
To incorporate. Now the one they have started now here. That's why we are here. They went to court, which is NLC court in Mombasa.
No. Let's go step by step. Let us go back to the focus. 1992, in your affidavit, you're basically saying what was being done was unprocedurally altering the boundary of Taita Taveta in order to incorporate Mtito Andei. That's what you say.
Yeah, in order to incorporate part of Mtito Andei, which is, like I've said, Mtito Andei main park gate, Mtito Andei sanctuary, Mtito Andei presidential rest lodge.
Okay, so here you are not being clear about what aspect of Mtito Andei, whether it's Mtito Andei town or you simply say to incorporate Mtito Andei.
Yeah, because they even didn't know, they wanted to incorporate, but they could not, because they were not even clear which Mtito Andei they are putting.
Okay. I asked the question because in your evidence you seem to be suggesting the historical injustice. Actually, you are the ones who should be complaining about 1992 boundary.
Yeah, we are complaining because even in 1992, when they were finishing, and the idea was to take Mtito Andei, is when they wrote including Mtito Andei, which they did not even put clear.
So if it were your wish that 1992 amendment should be done away with?
Sorry?
If it were your wish, that amendment should be done away with?
Completely.
Okay.
It hurts us so much. There is a lot of pain in Kambani.
Right.
To see your brother, whom you have lived for many years, changing what you know.
Now, just a few clarifications. Out of curiosity, you told us the meaning. What's the meaning of Mtito Andei in
Kikamba language?
Yes. A place of
Mtito.
A forest of vultures.
Is a forest. Actually, it was called Mtito wa Ndei.
Okay. And
if I can go back.
No, you don't have to go back.
Ndei is
I just want to clarify. That's okay. I just want to. It's because we've also been told, from a Taita perspective, Mtito or Msidu wa Andenyi translates to the deep forest. And there seems to be that thinking that it came from
Taita. I've not said about Ndei.
Yeah?
I've not told you about Ndei, sir.
No, you
what
don't
it
have
means.
To. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. I just wanted to to hear from you what you'd say about this assertion that Mtito Ande is derived from the Taita word Mtitu or Msidu wa Andenyi. I hope I'm pronouncing it correct.
It's a forest of vultures.
Let me finish, Mzee.
Yeah, sorry.
That is the Kikamba understanding. I'm telling you what version we are, another version, so that I hear whether you have a comment on it.
Okay.
That Mtito Ande is a Taita word derived from Mtitu or Msidu wa Andenyi, which translates to mean the deep forest. And they say this forest is what now the Tower National Park since 1948 was also home to sacred shrines of the Taita people. So I just wanted to understand whether you know that the Taita also have their understanding of Mtito Wande.
I don't deny if they have the same.
Oh, but you're not aware.
We have a lot of reasons to explain why it is that so.
But you are not aware.
I'm not aware.
Okay,
I'm aware about
that is
us.
fine. That is fine. That's fine. Now, see whether there are any other clarifications. I think that's it for now. Thanks. Asante sana.
Chair, just a clarification arising from the engagement with the Commission. Mzee, I want you to just clarify very clearly. When we talk about Mutitu Ande, do we have Mutitu Ande town and other areas known as Mutitu Ande town, Mutitu Ande, which are not part of the town?
Yes.
Elaborate that.
We have the location called Mutitu Ande, whose headquarters are in Mutitu Ande town. We have a ward called Mutitu Ande ward, whose headquarters are in Mutitu Ande town. We have the health center called Mutitu Ande Health Center, which is built in Mutitu Ande town. We have Mutitu Ande railway station, which is also in Mutitu Ande. We have so many other things called Mutitu Ande surrounding and far from Mutitu Ande within the location.
And when the commissioners were asking you about the 1992 Act, the boundaries as described in the 1992 Act, you said you had an issue about the way the boundary was drawn or described in 1992. Does your issue include Mutitu Ande town or other portions of Mutitu Ande?
What I may not understand from what they had in their mind when they are saying inclusive of Mutitu Ande, they are better for us to explain what they meant, because there are so many places called Mutitu Ande in that place. And to us, when they say inclusive of Mutitu Ande, we thought it is maybe Mutitu Ande main gate, Mutitu Ande sanctuary, and many other places which are just inside the park there, just next to Mutitu Ande.
I think, Council, this is what we've been trying to ask since day one. Yes. Whether there's Mutitu Ande a town, and there's a general area called Mutitu Ande, just like you can have Machakos County and Machakos Town. So we need to, you've given us facilities that you said are within
Mutitu Ande town.
Can you tell us which ones are within Mutitu Ande area that are outside of the town?
The ones which are, we can say, extends beyond the boundary of the town is Mutitu Ande location.
So what facilities, like what is built outside?
Headquarter being in Mutitu Ande.
Town.
Town.
No, tunataka ile iko nje ya town. Is a state lodge in town?
It is in town.
So what is outside the town? That is called Mutitu Ande.
We have Mutitu Ande main gate. It
in
is,
KWS.
Although it is also adjacent, but it is beyond the boundary of 1992. It is inside the Taita according
You
to
know what we are trying to establish, and I think this is whether in your understanding the 1992 amendment successfully moved Mtito or parts of Mtito to Taita Taveta, which you appear to suggest yes, but also you seem to say no. Which is which? Were they successful? Because you say it was an attempt, but the law passed. So did the law successfully move Mtito from Makueni to Taita Taveta?
I'm a layman, but my layman understanding, because I also went to school.
You are chief
The boundary,
as well. You are chief, so you understand boundaries very
yeah,
well. Yes.
The boundary of 1992 did not include the Mutito town. It included Mutito National Main Park Gate. It included part of Mutito River, Mutito Sanctuary, and the Mutito Lodge. That is what they took, because lodge is built in the park.
Mtito Lodge, that one is inside the park. So these are parts that are inside the park.
They are inside the park.
I think you'll help us, Council, not necessarily now. This is something to be clarified. Of course, he himself says there's ambiguity. I think this is something that we need to be clarified from the surveyors and everybody else. What is it? What was the effect of the 1992 amendment? We don't have to address it now. You don't have to address it, yeah.
I would indicate, Chair, my understanding as counsel for them is that when you look at 1992, it doesn't talk about the town. It doesn't talk about the town. That is why we have to have a distinction between Mutito town itself and what is calling the general area of Mutito. In fact, I think it's good that there's the Google map there. And the general area which we call Mutito, to the effect that you could have in the 1992 some areas which he says were belonged to Makueni, but they seem to have been incorporated as part of TAITA TAVETA. However, they are not the town itself. Remember, the matter that we have before you relates to the alleged double taxation within the town, not taxation outside the town, because they don't levy taxes outside the town.
Council, we understand what we are saying.
Yes.
For absolute clarity,
yes,
it might help to, and I'm saying not necessarily now, to be clear about what was pre-92 and what 92 introduced.
Yes, for instance, if you look at this I believe is Google map. If you look at all this area, I believe this is Mutito and A town, all that area. And this is the road. This is the road, correct? The pipeline. This should be the road. Okay? And this is the state lodge. Now all this area, this is the park. All this area is a park. However, you will find, for instance, and Muse, you will help me, an area here, an area, for instance, down here. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So yes, so what I was trying to explain in my understanding, because I've had discussions with my client, is that you may find, go back to where the town is. Where the town is. Just bring it, the town, yeah. No, that's not the town. The town is up there. Yeah, yeah. Can you put it probably there? Can you put put it, we see the gate, where you're talking about the gate. I want to give an example of that gate. Yeah, where we were where we were, the town, just, yes. Now, if we are able to locate that gate, which you are talking about, Mutitu and gate in the park, the gate. This way is Nairobi, Mombasa. Mombasa, Nairobi, it has been twisted. Actually, this is where the gate is. Let it be the way it was, sir. The way it was originally, yes, that way. Yeah, the way it was. No, the other way around. The other way around. The other way around. That, okay, just hold on. Just hold on. Show us the gate. The gate there. This is the white line. The white line section. Mombasa Road is here. This is Nairobi. This is Mombasa. The gate. Gate is here. Now, this is my understanding. Just 1 minute. This is my understanding, commissioners. This gate is not in town. It's not in Mutitu Ande town. However, it is within an area of Mutitu Ande. That is my understanding. Am I right, Chief? You are right. Such that when he talks about discomfort with 1992, he says, whereas 1992 left Mutitu Ande town intact, and that is the subject matter of the proceedings, them as Makueni, they have a problem because it appears to have taken some portions of Mutitu Ande. That is my understanding of what Chief is saying.
Well, still on that, so there is, sure, the gate, where is the gate?
The gate is...
Right. Now, pre-1992, where is the understanding of the boundary? Pre-1992. It's far away, 50 kilometers. Into the park.
Following the Savo River. It is right about 50 kilometers from here, along Mombasa Road. 48.3 kilometers.
So what you're saying is the 1992 brought the boundary closer up.
To this place.
Up to the gate.
And not in the town.
It brought it closer up into parts of Mutitu Ande, but not the town. That's
not
what you're
the
saying.
Town.
Okay. Now, while still on this map, so where is the boundary now? Where is our understanding what the boundary is?
The 1992.
Maybe the surveyor can help us. The 1992 boundary. Where does it
If
run?
you allow me, because I also know it, I can...
No, you don't have to move. Just leave the whatever it is. Where is the boundary? Along where?
You can see this line here. It is running from the railway line here. This is the town. This is the national park. This is national park. This is national park. This is national park. And the boundary of the national park turns north, easterly or something like that. It goes to cross the Mombasa Road. My office is here. Here is the State Lodge. And it goes all the way to the river, to Mutitu Ande River, and then it follows the river. That is according to 1992. And the Mutitu Ande town is left outside, within Makueni. This is what I talked about, Mutitu Ande main gate, Savo National Park main gate. It's a place with many buildings here.
But that is within TAITA now.
It is within TAITA. That is why maybe they said inclusive of Mutitu Ande main gate, inclusive of Mutitu Ande State Lodge, it is here. And you can see the boundary where it is.
The State Lodge is in TAITA.
It is in TAITA according to 1992. Yeah, we have a problem. We are following.
So those who say the State Lodge is in TAITA, they are correct?
According to 1992, they are right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so you have another witness? Chief? Chief, nafikiria tumemaliza na or you?
We have one witness,
Yeah.
The former CS, County Secretary, Makueni.
Yes.
She's not going to be lengthy because
Okay.
she's basically relying on records that she found.
That's fine, that's fine.
So I, Rael Muma Mudhoka, do swear by the Almighty God that all I shall say before this commission shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. I request to speak while seated. Thank you. So I am Rael Muma Mudhoka. I'm a resident of Makueni County. I'm a public servant in the government of Makueni County. At the time of taking this affidavit, I was the then acting county secretary. Yes, it is on. So I've said that I am a public servant working with the government of Makueni County. At the time of taking this affidavit, I was the then acting county secretary. That was in 17th March of 2023. So in regard to the matter before the commission, I wish to say as follows. From my affidavit 5 on page 2, that of course we do not contest that there is an existing dispute between Makueni and TAITA TAVETA County of Mtito and Town. On the matter of levying tax, the complainant has misled that by stating that the predecessor of TAITA TAVETA County issued business permits and levied taxes in Mtito and Town prior to the county government coming in 2013. Contrary to this allegation, and prior to establishment of the county governments in 2013, Mtito and Town was administered by the Town Council of Mtito and, which was established in the year of 1998. And if you are to go to my whatever is filed as evidence, marked RMRM1, we have the council minutes that are attached that clearly indicate deliberate on matters touching Mtito and Town. So you can be able to clearly see, for instance, minutes of 4th August 2011, held in the town council chambers, and the members were present. The minutes are signed. We have minutes of 30th June 2011. We have minutes of April 2010, and so forth. You know, minutes that are duly signed and are able to deliberate on various matters about the town council of Mtito and. The residents of Mtito and continue to receive business permits and paid revenue to the town council of Mtito and not the predecessor of TAITA TAVETA County, as alleged. Again, if you are to go to RRM2, marked as page 49, we have attached samples of business permits that were paid by various traders, which are samples indicating that they duly played their part in ensuring that they comply to the town council of Mtito and. Again, on the matter of ground rent, rates and allotment, The Town Council of Mtito issued letters of allotment to residents, and this is supported by RRM 3, where we've attached samples of copies of application forms and letters of allotment. Like, for instance, the first one on page 71, dated July 2009 to Peter Kiokondambuki, who was allocated plot number H12 in Mtito town, with the relevant forms that were attached. And there are also other various allotment letters issued. Of course, as samples and still existing in our files. On the issue of service delivery, which has been alluded to by various witnesses who've spoken before the Commission, the Town Council of Mtito developed strategic plans for improving service delivery and revenue generation in the times of its existence. And again, if we are to go to RRM 4, it clearly demonstrates that the Town Council of Mtito had a strategic management plan for the period 2007 to 2011. That's on page 77. Actually, in the initial page, it even shows the area and even a map of the area that the Town Council covered. It gives introductory information from the town clerk. It even gives an historical background and clearly even indicates its neighbors. So this strategic plan goes to even detail what the Town Council intended to do for its people. Because, for instance, if you go to page 92, you'll be able to see what the plans were. In Ivingoni Ward, to construct 8 dams, Cambo Ward, to construct 6 boreholes. You know, in Mtito Ward specifically, they say water supply within the town to be initiated by the River Water Board, and so forth and so forth. So this is a clear illustration that our predecessor of the government of Makueni County offered services to the citizens then. Again, the Town Council of Mtito developed budgets to be able to administer services to the citizens of Mtito. And once more, in RRM 5, we are able to see a letter done by the then acting town treasurer to the permanent secretary, dated 22nd January, submitting a budget monitoring report for the 2012-2013 quarter that is well detailed, indicating issues of not only revenue, but even expenditure and even capital projects that were done. And if you're able to even go to the breakdown, you're able to see the exact expenditures that were done in specific areas, including Mtito itself. Again, the Town Council of Mtito carried out various projects, as I've mentioned, in the town. And this is supported by a delivery action plan. We've attached under RRM 6. And here we are able to see a forwarding letter by the then town clerk in a letter dated February 2005 to the permanent secretary, the Ministry of Local Government, forwarding the local service delivery action plan for financial year 2005-2006. And that is well supported by minutes of the council, and it is able to elaborate for the different wards. I'll specifically highlight page 196 that talks about Mtito Central Ward, and it's able to give the following projects that were prioritized. There was Mangelete water project, there was scoping of Mtito River Dam, toilet hillside market and leveling of the town, There was a water tank at Kadhekani Market. There was road upgrading and a borehole at Mtito Town. So all these support that indeed our predecessor not only collected taxes, rates, and fees, but indeed used this to ensure that they offer services to the residents. Again, the Town Council of Mtito gave quarterly budget monetary reports on income and expenditure as marked in RRM 7. Again, in 2010, there was a letter by the then town treasurer forwarding the fourth quarter report on income and expenditure, detailing exactly whatever was raised and how it was spent. Again, the Town Council of Mtito did also enter into performance contracts through the Office of the former Deputy Prime Minister and Ministry of Local Government to ensure that the council was well managed and delivered efficient and quality services to the residents, which again is supported in RRM 8, where in 2013, a quarterly performance contract report was forwarded to the then Ministry of Local Government. And it goes to give a lot of details on the obligations and particularly on projects that this town council was undertaking for the residents of Mtito Town Council. The Town Council of Mtito also prepared and submitted audited annual financial statements to the then Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Local Government, and that is supported under RRM 9, and that's on page 330, where, for instance, for the financial year ending 30th June 2011, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, in 2012, the town clerk did forward a copy of a financial statement for that financial year that really is able to detail, including minutes supported by the council, including the budgets, and all that alludes to providing of financial statements. On the matter of the boundaries of Makueni and TAITA, just like the witness who has spoken, the surveyor and the former chief, I'm well aware that the originally demarcated boundaries, to date, those traditional boundaries have not changed. And because the surveyor and the chief have gotten into the details of talking about the boundaries, I will only just highlight that we've supported that through RRM 10, and that has been mentioned by all parties, the extract of the Districts and Provinces Act 1992, which I believe all of us have been able to look at. Of importance to mention is that after the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, where county governments came forth, the IEBC did set up 6 constituencies in Makueni County, which include Kilome, Kaiti, Mbooni, Kibwezi West, and Kibwezi East. The towns of Kibwezi, Makindu, and Mtito are located within Kibwezi East constituency. Mtito is therefore located in Kibwezi East constituency in Makueni County, and it's actually a ward. It's among the 30 wards in Makueni County, so it is actually Mtito ward. On the matter of transition from now the Town Council of Mtito into Makueni County government, which happened in 2013, I am well aware that there was a transition to devolved governments in 2013, where the functions, assets, liabilities, and staff of the former local authorities were taken over by county governments. The transition authority, if all of us recall, ensured that this happened smoothly for all counties. And we've attached RRM 11 to just indicate the transition authority's letter for us to see the transition from the town council of Mtito Andei into government of Makueni County. So there's a copy of a letter that we've attached on page 366. It was addressed to all county governors, county executive members of finance, and all immediate former clerks of defunct local authorities. So this letter alludes that the town council of Mtito Andei became defunct and was therefore taken over by government of Makueni County. Once more, we are also able to see in RRM 12 that the former town clerk of the town council of Mtito Andei did actually prepare an handover report after the then county secretary in September 2013 wrote to the three former town clerks, the two former town clerks. We had the town council of Wote, we had the town council of Mtito Andei, and then we had the county council of Makueni, which after becoming defunct, were taken over by the government of Makueni County. And the town council of Mtito Andei, being among them, were required to prepare an handing over report. So if you look into RRM 13, that's on page 368, you are able to see the report of handing over, taking over, of assets and liabilities of the town council of Mtito Andei, which was well detailed and supported by assets, liabilities, staff, and all other issues that had accrued to the town council by then, including finances. When I talk about finances, again, in RRM 14, it even shows, as the TS directed, there was a closure of the bank accounts, and that money, those accounts were therefore taken over by the government of Makueni County. RRM 15 also indicates that as part of the handing over, there were outstanding pension liabilities of staff, and this staff actually became county staff, so they were immediately absorbed into the county, including all their liabilities. An example we've touched there were the outstanding pension liabilities as at 30th June, this is written 30th June 2021, but these were also taken over by the county government. Again, RRM 16 also indicates that there were salary arrears that had been accrued by the defunct staff of the former local authorities. And in this letter, on page 390, this letter dated 2015, it indicates that there was a letter written by the Secretary General of the then acting county secretary, responding to the General Secretary of the County Local Government Workers Union, indicating that the county is continuing to audit and to establish the authenticness of these arrears and will be able to settle them in due course. And that is still happening to date. Again, I will also refer you to RRM 17, which is a complaint letter, again by the Kenya County Government Workers Union, complaining to the county government of Makueni about outstanding salary and pension, to still speak to the same spirit that I've mentioned before. So all this means that since the government of Makueni County came into being in 2013, the county government of Makueni has managed Mtito Andei town and the whole of Mtito Andei ward. Since 2013, the county government of Makueni has planned and budgeted for Mtito ward. This is again evidenced by RRM 18, where we've attached copies of the County Integrated Development Plan that indicate that indeed Mtito has continued to benefit from county projects, services, and plans. Once more, since 2013, public participation has been conducted with the residents where they've been able to participate in various county initiatives. And the evidence in RRM 19 is able to show this. Like there was a planning public participation that was in the year 2020 that was done with attendees of the town, including their telephone numbers in case there is need to actually contact them for confirmation. And even the participation tools and what came out of those proceedings is attached. Again, the residents of Mtito at some point complained that, the complaints of Mtito town are channeled to government of Makueni County and not the county government of TAITA TAVETA. And in September of 2019, we see an example where the business community and the religious leaders and even the residents made a proposal to change their market day from Sunday to another appropriate day. And this is evidenced by RRM 20, that's on page 470, where they were able to make a proposal to be able to change that. And the letter is well signed. It was addressed to the County Executive Committee member for trade, and that matter was handled. And the residents had a meeting and that was agreed accordingly. So since 2013, the county government of Makueni has been rendering various services. Like, for instance, the county has established projects, and at the time of swearing this affidavit, over 90 projects had been done by the county government of Makueni. And I believe as at today, these projects might go beyond 100 because that is still a continuum. These projects are identified through community participation and managed through project management committees and sustainability committees, which comprise about 3/4 of the residents of the town and the ward. Of course, we've given various examples, and in RRM 21, we've actually attached a comprehensive report that was done by the Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate, including photos that indicates evidence of all the projects that the county government has been carrying out in the ward that arise from the revenue that the residents pay, and even now from the allocation that we get from the national through the CRA. Makueni County, like its predecessor, the Town Council of Mtito, has continued to issue business permits to business owners and to collect revenue in Mtito town. In RRM 22, we've also attached samples of the business permits that we've issued to residents and business owners in these towns. That's from page 563. You'll be able to see a well-illustrated single business permit of the name of the owner, their business, and even the officer who works for the county, and the year. And we have several examples of permits actually that we've attached there. On political representation, in both the 2013, 2017, and even the 2022 general elections, residents of Mtito voted for the Makueni governor, the senator, the woman representative, the member of parliament, and even the Mtito member of county assembly. In fact, we have an office of the member of Mtito ward in Mtito town, where they're able to work for their residents. Again, on the matter of building approvals, all building approvals for Mtito town are issued by the county government of Makueni, and that is also supported under RRM 23, where there is a breakdown of the building approvals that were captured for the year 2021 in summary, which have details of the name, the sub-county, the zone, and the amounts, including how they were paid. So we have several of those building approvals that are attached. Again, in RRM 24, we've even attached evidence of payment to contractors who have been able to do projects in Makueni County. And the example we've attached in this case is a contractor who was contracted to do a consulting service on the finalization of the physical and land use plan for Mtito. So the county has actually done a land use plan, and of course, as expected under law, public participation and all that was undertaken. And there is a clear breakdown of what came forth from that plan. To finalize, the claimant has not provided any evidence to prove that the county government of TAITA TAVETA has been rendering services to Mtito, and I would look forward to getting that evidence. Apart from the county government, the national government also is very present in Mtito town, and they offer the following services. Under education, the basic education is offered under national government, and we have, for example, Mtito Primary School is located in Makueni County. The renovation and classrooms of this school has been carried out by the Kibwezi East constituency and its Member of Parliament, Honorable Jessica Mbalo. And for interior coordination services, the resident success security services from Mtito Police Station, which is commanded under Makueni County Police Commander, who is stationed at Wote in Makueni County. The Deputy County Commissioner administering Mtito town reports to the Makueni County Commissioner and not TAITA TAVETA County Commissioner. Once more, under the national level political representation, under the IEBC elections from 2013, 17, and 2022 general elections, the residents of Mtito voted for Makueni County Senator, Kibwezi East constituency Member of Parliament, and the Makueni County Women Representative. Once more, on matters census, and just recently in 2019, we had a census. All enumerations and teams are done under Mtito, and therefore Kibwezi and therefore Makueni. For registration of persons, Mtito residents get their identification documents, which include birth certificates and death certificates under Makueni. So the claimant is not being truthful by stating that residents have been subjected to double taxation. And once more, we've not been provided evidence to demonstrate this. So finally, my final evidence is a report of the County Assembly that was done in 2021, marked RRM 25, because owing out of the push and pull about the boundary issue emanating from TAITA TAVETA County, and you can be able to study the details of that report. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair, I have just a few clarification issues, especially on documentation. While you have talked about, or you have given evidence that Mutituande town, both before and after the establishment of county government lies within Makueni County. I would like you to look at a few documents to see whether they support the position that you have taken. Look at page 159 of your bundle.
Yes.
What document is that?
These are minutes of special full council meeting held on the 12th June.
Page 159.
Held on the 12th June 2006 in the council chambers.
Which council is this?
The town council of Mutituande.
2006, that was before the establishment of county government, correct?
Correct.
Now, I would also want to refer you to, they are paginated on top by hand. 159. Yes, sorry. Yes, it was it. I also want you to look at page, page 24. During that period, the Tuande Council levied tax in terms of rates and also single business permits, correct?
Yes, they did.
If you look at page 33, could you elaborate what document is that? Page 33.
Page 33 is a statement of financial performance, summary by fund of the Town Council of Mutituande for the year ended 30th June 2011. And it breaks down actually even the sources of revenue.
Yes,
under
the sources of revenue, can you see property rates?
We have property rates.
Yes.
We have cess and other levies.
Yes.
We have single business permit. we had market fees, we even had house rent, and then there was miscellaneous revenue.
Okay. You've mentioned that in terms of allotment or allocation of property, that was being undertaken by Mutitwande.
Yes, they did.
Correct?
Correct.
If you look at page 71, could you indicate or speak to that document?
On page 71, we have a sample attached of a letter from Town Council of Mutitwande allocating plot number HC12 in Mutitwande Town to a Mr. Kioko Ndamboki, signed by the Town Treasurer.
Okay. Now, just to confirm where Town Council of Mutitwande lies, could you look at page 81 and read paragraph 1 there? Page 81.
Page 81
is a summary of what?
Yes, which is a summary, indicates that the Town Council covers an area of 190 square kilometers.
No, the first one.
Oh,
paragraph
sorry.
1.
The Town Council of Mutitwande was created in 1988 after being split from Makueni County Council. Systems of administration were put in effect immediately upon gazettement.
Thank you. So that was from Makueni County Council.
Makueni County Council, which again, of course, was split from the Masako Town Council. Then.
I want to go to. You have mentioned that after the establishment of the county government,
yes,
in 2013, the law required that there be some handover, take-off of assets and liabilities, correct?
Correct.
If you look at page 368, could you indicate to the commission whether there was any handover of assets and liabilities from the local authority to the county? 368.
Shortly. Yes, on page 368, we have an handover report by the Town Council of Mutitwande on the assets and liabilities from them to the county government.
If you look at again page 485, could you speak to that document, 485?
485 is a document on the project. Now this is after establishment of the government of Makueni County. And this is a document done by the Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate, giving projects done by the county since its establishment in that specific ward. And it gives a breakdown of, actually allow me to give an example of the first project. Even when the county surveyor spoke, he talked about the survey that was done between the Kenya Wildlife Service boundary and the Makueni County boundary. And among that survey and the issues that were agreed was fencing. So an electric fence along Mutitwande and Savo wildlife, because there has been intrusion of animals into where the Mutitwande residents live. So out of this conflict is what actually partly led to that survey and even the county doing this project to protect its residents.
So was this project carried out by Mutitwande?
This project was carried out by government of Makueni County. Yes.
Now, lastly, you talked about issuing single business permit. I just want you, by way of example, to look at page 602.
Yes.
What document is that?
That's a single business permit granted by the Town Council of Mtito Wandei to a Joseph Mutuva.
Dated when? Down there.
It's dated 31st December 2010.
That was before the establishment of the county government, correct?
Yeah, this was 3 years prior.
Now, I want you to go to 591. Page 591.
Yes.
This is this document is headed what?
It's a single business permit by the government of Makueni County issued to Alima Siombua.
It's dated when?
2015.
That is now after.
That is after taking over from Town Council of Mtito Wandei.
Chair, on our part, that is.
Thank you, Ryan. You've introduced yourself as you are acting county secretary, and now you are a public servant. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm a public servant working for the government of Makueni County.
So what is your position now?
Substantively, I'm a principal administrative secretary. I deputize the county secretary, and that was my basis of acting as a county secretary.
Okay. I just want us to go straight to paragraph 20 of your affidavit. Start from paragraph 20. And I think this relates to the boundary, the changes that were done in 1992.
Yes.
And you're saying you're informed that Machakos district residents were never notified of the said changes until they saw the same alluded to in the Constitution. Are you saying that when the Act was passed in 1992, there was no understanding? You're only aware when the Constitution was promulgated in... actually, this is 2013 now. We were told by another witness. This is when you realize that actually there is a problem with the boundary.
Yes. As the former witness who spoke in depth to this matter indicated, back then, as we all know, communication and matters of public participation were maybe a huge challenge. So these changes were not commonly informed to the residents. So it is until later on that we came to learn that there were major changes that happened through the Act.
So what is your understanding of those changes? Did they effectively move Mtito Wandei to TAITA TAVETA?
My understanding is that these changes retained Mtito Wandei under Makueni County, and any other challenge, because the county surveyor is there, might be able to speak to the exact technical details.
You're sitting in cabinet.
Yes.
So these are conversations you are having,
Yes.
and that is it is you who has written this. You're informed. So I'm basing this on your understanding. What was your understanding? Why are people of Machakos concerned about those changes in 1992 if they never really affected the boundary they had with TAITA TAVETA to their disadvantage, so to speak?
To the best of my understanding and to the information that has been private to me in my course of my duty, is that Mtito Wandei largely remained in Makueni County and still does, but some parts of it were inched off and went to TAITA TAVETA County.
So and then let's look at this, your statement on fencing. You submitted that you actually had a discussion or an agreement with KWS to fence off the park to ward off wild animals and prevent the people from being attacked. When this fence was being done, what was the understanding? Was it being built, was it being put between at the boundary of Makueni and TAITA TAVETA, or what was it demarcating?
I knew that this fence was at the boundary of the Kenya Wildlife and Makueni County. I may not be very particular to recall, but our county surveyor is here and can give the specifics.
No, but I just want an understanding. Was there also an understanding that this is also the boundary between Makueni and TAITA TAVETA?
That understanding was not there, because like indicated, this activity was done by the county government at Kenya Wildlife Services, where TAITA TAVETA County was not involved and was not part of it. So we only worked on the boundary between us and the park.
So is the understanding of the county that part of the park in this particular area is in Makueni County?
Yes, we still remain with the contention that part of the park should be within Makueni County.
So this Mtitoande gate that we were told about by Chief Chule, is that in TAITA or is it in Makueni?
For me, even by the name, Mtitoande, that is in Makueni County.
Going by the name? You know, there is a town called Wajala in TAITA TAVETA, which I thought was from Luyaland.
For me, the Mtitoande gate is in Makueni County.
Okay, page 81. You read about the creation of page 81. I think this is part of your document. You talked about the creation of Mtitoande in 1988. There is a description of the town council. Covers an area of 190 square kilometers. That's a very big area, right?
Right.
So is this extending towards the park, or now to that would be on which direction? Is it the western side? The town appears to be at the corner, at the edge of where the buildings are, the town center, the chief's office, and the rest. In which direction is 190 square kilometers? Towards the park, towards Kajiado, or towards Wote? I think Wote would be.
Well, going with my very general understanding, 190,000 square kilometers of the town council then talked about the general area that it covers.
And I'm just saying this is a very big area. 190 square kilometers is really big.
It talked about all sides, including even the boundary with Makueni Town Council itself.
Okay. I want you to look at paragraph 3 of that same page. Maybe you can just read it.
Paragraph 3 says, there is remarkable dispute over the wildlife resource with neighboring TAITA TAVETA County Council from the vast Tsavo National Park. The two provincial commissioners from Coast and Eastern Province are at the moment arbitrating to establish the correct boundary.
Just your understanding of that paragraph.
My understanding of this paragraph is that there was a dispute about the boundary, and particularly at the Tsavo National Park, and 2, there was also challenges emanating from the wildlife, and especially by either attacking the residents of Mtitoande.
To your knowledge, has this been resolved?
To the best of my knowledge, this has not been resolved.
Is it part of the boundary dispute?
I believe that is why we are here before you, commissioners, because this is still a matter that is not resolved.
At the time you were acting, and even now that you're still the assistant to the county secretary, and you've taken us through receipts of payments being made from Today, are you able to tell us some of the methods that the county was employing to collect these taxes?
The government of Makueni County is well known for engaging with its citizens since its inception and even to date. We are able to, we have a very compliant citizens that are well aware of taxes, if you may call them that, rates, fees, cess and all that they are bound to pay. So the method that is there is that citizens actually voluntarily visit our offices to make payments. We have staff who work in the Department of Finance who are tasked with revenue collection. We also do reminders, we do actually invoice them to interact with citizens. And through media, we are also able to do reminders, we are able to do various interactions requiring them to ensure that they are able to pay.
Are you aware of any of those residents of Township who may have paid rates to TAITA TAVETA or any other levy or license?
To the best of my knowledge, when the order was given by the court in Mombasa that the two counties open a joint revenue account, of course there was a lot of misinformation in the public. And every trader is out there to make a living, and for purposes of compliance, because TAITA TAVETA County hurriedly moved in to want to possibly collect taxes from the people of Makueni County. A few of the traders in panic did actually make payments. But later on, we were able to amicably with TAITA TAVETA reach an understanding, and they were able to back off.
Did the county try to enforce its own collection for those who may have paid TAITA TAVETA? Was there any cases of the county having used force?
The government of Makueni County is not on record having used force on the residents to pay taxes in Township or even any part of Makueni County. But we were able to sit with the community and inform them about the extent of this dispute and the ruling, and explaining to them that because we actually appealed and we still are on appeal, and we still not agreed to opening of the joint account. So we collect revenue that can be called taxes.
Forcefully?
Not forcefully, we do not use force.
In terms of projects, I think you've also taken us through almost over 100 projects which have been done in Township by the county government. Are you aware of any projects that may have been done by TAITA TAVETA?
I can confirm that we do not have a single project done by TAITA TAVETA County in Township.
Are there any services? Are there any services that may be offered to the people in Township that are coming from TAITA TAVETA?
I can confirm that we do not have services rendered by the TAITA TAVETA County government.
Even water?
To the residents of the government of Makueni County.
Water source? Where do they get water from?
They are able to get water from boreholes, they are able to get water from Kibwezi Makindu, water company, and so forth. If there is any other issue that is done, it's mutually maybe done as neighbors and traders, but not under the jurisdictions of the county government.
In the course of doing public participation for a number of projects that need to be approved by the citizens, did you have any encounter either with people from TAITA TAVETA claiming that that was actually their territory?
No, we do not have a recorded incident during either work or even public participation that there was a claim. That did not happen during any of our public participation forums.
We have talked about the election of the senator. You know, the Wakili, I don't know whether you want to put the senator to confirm that he was actually...
Sorry, I didn't get that. Sorry, Commissioner.
Now I'm saying, the witness did mention that the senator was elected from wards in that place. I don't know whether you want to call the senator to confirm that actually happened.
He's here, told us on phone.
As a witness or as counsel? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. And I think as I start, I think we go back to that issue we've been trying to unravel of Mtito town and Mtito. Because I did note from your evidence, you actually gave evidence talking of Mtito. But when you are led by senior counsel, you zeroed in on Mtito town. My understanding would be that the town council of Mtito may be limited in reaching out maybe to the bigger Mtito area. And so I would want clarification, what exactly, when you give all those examples, do these projects, are they limited when you meant town council to the Mtito town council of Mtito town, or to the wider area of Mtito, which like Kadia explained, may lie outside the boundaries after 1992. I think that's a clarification we'd really want. And more importantly, I think this is important because we are talking of an area that legally may lie in TAITA TAVETA. But now when we talk of, when you give evidence talking of Mtito, it may not be very clear, are we talking of the town or are we talking of the large area? In place of Makueni county government, I would understand then that maybe it reaches out to the wider Mtito area. So I think that's just a clarification. And probably it may even come into considering the area that my colleague has just talked about, that the town council area looks a bit quite large. The other issue is the land use plan. You talked about land use plan and gave it as an example, I think, as a budgeted item that you did. Was it generated and maybe engineered by the county government of Makueni, or was this land use plan, and which exact area does it cover? Does it cover the town, or does it cover the wider? And now when I say wider, Mtito and the area is what we are told there is the town and there is the wider, including the gate that we are told is really, if we looked at 1992, does not lie within the boundaries that Makueni would take ownership of. Lastly, there was the transfer of functions, and I know lately there has been a lot of engagement of the transfer of assets and all that. I think it may be important you tell the Commission whether this dispute has been registered with IGRTC, or whether it may also be known from the TAITA TAVETA end, this matter being a current matter, whether that has been registered. The issue of census, when census was taken, do we have evidence, especially of areas that we have confirmed do not lie within, if we were to go by the 1992 law, do not lie within the town, within the within Makueni County? Do we have evidence that actually that record was taken as Makueni County? I'm just trying to link a national government institution with the kind of record it took for a place that is really disputed in terms of who occupies the place. Maybe if you would go for that first. For council, you want to answer. You know, when you led her, you talked of town council of Mtito. When she gave evidence, she talked of Mtito, most generally.
Well,
so I understood it to be the general area, both what we said still lies within Makueni County and what may be contested.
Well, I narrowed down the town because I do not wish to veer outside the constraints of the process, because it is important for us to keep on reminding ourselves the complaint here is the residents of the town appear to be tax strike, appear to be paying levy both Taita Taveta and Makueni County. So that is why in my submission that probably when I'm leading her, I'm narrowing down to town. Because if we go outside, then unless we have a counterclaim, as we were saying, that about some land which is within one day the big area, which may have been taken, then that is the only way we can now concentrate on the land which may have been taken following the 1992 Amendment Act.
So probably may be important that trial you tell us when you kept referring to Twandei, what area did you refer to? Especially given what we was able to define this morning, the town and the wider Twandei area.
Okay, thank you. When I talk about Twandei, I've talked about Twandei in three contexts. The first being currently Twandei is a ward. It's an electoral ward where Twandei town itself exists within the bigger Twandei ward and receives services and gives revenue under, because for purposes of administratively, that's how we talk about our administrative units, for purposes of clarity. So when I talk about your first question about projects in Twandei under the former town council of Twandei, I talked about the larger area as well as projects that were specifically done under what can be called Twandei town. So it included such projects. And if we go, for instance, to page 162, it talks about a slum upgrading project that was done by the then town council, specifically in Twandei town. So it says 400,000 shillings was budgeted for this project. On page 163 on sanitation, it says that 150,000 has been budgeted to purchase dustbins in the main centers in Twandei and Kambo.
So have you continued servicing or giving or providing services and projects to areas if we followed the 1992 law may be considered to be out of Makueni?
We've continued to render services to areas that may be considered to be outside that. For the projects that are specific in the town, maybe later on we can actually maybe submit a detailed breakdown of the projects of render to Twandei town if we require that. And not only in Twandei, we have a lot of neighbors across Kajiado County, across Kitui County, and we render services, particularly health services and other services in the spirit of good neighborliness. On your question 2 about the land use plan, I do not have the specifics on the area that it does cover, but I know it included Twandei town. But I am sure that Mr. Ndonye can be able to give the details on this, because I'm sure that he was part of the team that did this work, and even maybe give us a submission of the final plan that was done. On question 3, on the transfer of assets and liabilities, we took up the assets and liabilities of the Town Council of Twandei, and yes, the county has written to IGRTC and other constitutional bodies, including Parliament and everyone else, regarding these contentious issues that have been done. So that can also be picked on by council, and if there is need to submit, our council will be able to advise. On the matter of censors, this falls under the national government, but I'm sure if we liaise with them, we'll be able to get evidence of the areas that this was done. And because, of course, through the county administration, we have a ward administrator and we have village administrators for the 2 sub-wards in Twandei ward. In the spirit of collaboration and coordination, we did, of course, support this activity because we want our residents to come out and be counted. So I am also sure, in collaboration with national government, this information is there and can be provided.
You can help provide it?
Yes, we can be able to liaise with them and request for it.
Thank you. Just seeking confirmation. You say the report from the county assembly on this matter that was discussed at the assembly is part of what you submitted?
Yes, it is part of the evidence that I submitted.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a few clarifications on this issue. On that. In paragraph 18 of your affidavit, you state, quote, I'm aware that when colonists originally demarcated the boundaries of districts and provinces, they set up 7 beacons that defined the boundaries of Machakos, Kajiado, and Taita districts. And to date, the original traditional boundaries, the original traditional boundaries have never changed. I just wanted to have a clarification of this statement in the context of the boundaries around the town, what we've been discussing, these beacons. Where are these 7 beacons set up?
Chair, I am not able to specifically say where the beacons are because I've not been there physically. But I know from information from our Department of Land, where the surveyor works, it has been confirmed that these beacons are still there.
And you call them traditional boundaries?
Yes, we call them traditional boundaries.
Yeah.
You know, we are talking about traditional boundaries, we are also talking about legal boundaries. So we are saying, yes, we recognize that there is an act. But again, traditionally, we've existed as communities, even I would even say pre-colonialism. You know, so there's always been that region known as TAITA TAVETA, Kamba, and for purposes of Kajiado Masai. So, you know, that has always been, even with our ancestors and forefathers, and even the chief largely spoke about that.
Okay, in the same vein, paragraph 21, you talk about after independence, accompanied by the then Kangundo MP, Honorable Paul Ngei, the first president of the Republic of Kenya, the Jomo Kenyatta, painted a rock along Tsavo River near Mzima Springs as an indication of the boundary between the then Machakos and Taita districts. Do I take that to be a natural feature boundary?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, the rock.
Yeah.
It is still existent today.
Yeah.
From the best of my information.
With the painting?
With the painting.
Okay. The paint has not faded since 63. You will see it when you come. Okay. And I'm picking these two because I'm trying to understand whether we have an argument here. You remember yesterday we were talking about we are being taken through the concept of natural boundaries and natural features and so on and so forth. And I wanted to understand what your position is in that context vis-a-vis the 1992, the contentious 1992 boundary. Because you have thrown this into your affidavit, I wanted to understand what the context is.
We are saying that currently we respect the current boundaries, which are as at the 1992 Provinces and Districts Act, and that is what we've been able to demonstrate, and that is what we've been working with. But we are saying that prior to that, we have some contentious issues that do exist, and maybe that can be spoken through the council in its submission.
Okay, I think that's all I want to do.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Together.
Yes, that would be the close. The said chair
just to remind the commission that
Now that you brought up that, you reminded us, what have we agreed on in terms of facilitation? I'm happy that today we have the senator here, much as he's out on taking a call, but I'm sure you've discussed. Have you people discussed about whether you're able to provide no feedback? Okay. Taveta? TAITA TAVETA?
Thank you very much, Chairman. We are of the opinion that it's necessary for the Commission to visit the physical sites, both at Mutito and Day and at Makueni.
That we are pretty exhaustively. We are dealing about facilitation. That's what we discussed here.
I was consulting with my team, and they are saying there was no indication as to if we needed to participate in the facilitation, but maybe we could have an indication about how much or what is required, if it's in terms of human resource, if it's as an independent surveyor, or even financing, or even things like accommodation or facilities for conducting hearings. If we have a view of what the Commission may require, is something I'm sure, and we had that conversation with my counterpart, Mr. Mutua, Senior Counsel. The three parties can agree and make provision for the Commission to be able to have the site visits. But I think we would require an indication as to what are the necessary resources for that purpose.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute break so that we deliberate on the way forward. Then we come back and give direction. 5 minutes, and that is fixed. Okay, rise.
Okay, I think we're back in session, so let us settle down. Before the chair gives the final directions, just want to clarify something. Yesterday I did mention that there are no HLI cases that have been filed by TAITA TAVETA County, from the TAVETA County, regarding the disputes. I just want to confirm that we actually received two. One from a group calling themselves Makueni Road Residents, and Mr. Wilson Mwangombe. So those ones were received as complaints for HLI, not under this case, but we received them as a commission to be processed as HLI claims. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was just a clarification. Now, in terms of the way forward, I think there is consensus across that there's need to visit the locus in quo, the two towns. First of all, I think we appreciate the far we've come in terms of being able to listen and see where we're heading with the issues. And we think a visit to the ground and engagement on the ground will be much easier and faster now that we have reached where we have. Now, we know also, as a matter of fact, that trying to getting time that's convenient for all of us is not easy. But we want to propose, bearing in mind the timelines we have, we want to propose an engagement, a one-day engagement with at Mtito and a one-day engagement at Makueni. And given the timelines that we have and other engagements, we want to propose Friday 21st and Saturday 22nd. Friday 21st for Mtito and Saturday 22nd for Makueni Road. Of course, it's the TAITA TAVETA, the petitioners and TAITA TAVETA would be actively engaged on both sides. I guess for the Mtito it's more of Makueni, and the other side is more of Kwale. So I don't know whether anybody has any serious problem with the dates. It's very difficult to get dates, but if anybody has a problem with those dates, before we move on with other issues. Yes, 21st, Friday. Yeah, 21st, and Makueni Road, otherwise known as Makina, on 22nd. 21st is a Friday, 22nd is a Saturday.
Honorable Chair, we do not have any problem with both dates. However, we would have sought an itinerary for the two visits, and whether we would have, say, an independent surveyor who, for instance, will be reconciling the coordinates.
No, we are coming to that. We are coming to that. We are coming to that.
Very well. We are comfortable with the dates, Honorable
Okay,
Chair.
yeah. So we wanted to and here we are really struggling with a lot of factors. So we are looking at, of course, the budget for a week-long process that we would have had if we were on the ground this week is slightly higher. So if we have a 2-day, then the budget gets leaner, which is one of our challenges. That we can work out, having agreed on the dates. Now, because of I think we've all seen the importance of the issues of the boundary in terms of our understanding once you're on the ground. starting from that rock that was marked by the first president and so on and so forth, as we go around and see. Now, we would want our surveyor, that will work around with our surveyor. We'd want, we'll see what time in advance our surveyor and those from your teams, and that can be coordinated by our surveyor, that they can do at their level in terms of coordination, what they can do in advance in terms of going to the ground, whether it's next week or earlier that other week. The understanding we have is that it might be useful, particularly for somebody new, to be there, at least to have that engagement earlier, so that on the material day, it's a lot easier to be clear what you are dealing with. So we are clear that we'll need those technical people, but our thinking is that they can have an earlier engagement, so that when we go, they are not pulling aside this and the other. At least we have an idea about what we want to look at and where. So that the logistics of that, I think we will our surveyor has been, is he still here? Wanya? Yeah, so our surveyor has been following, because we told him he must sit there, so he's been sitting following, so it's a lot easier for him to grasp what we are dealing with. We'll also be looking at, maybe you also want to hear from you, over and above your surveyors, who else you think would be useful. We need somebody from IBC. I think there's somebody, yesterday somebody mentioned about IBC. Who else you think might be useful for the exercise?
Yes. Chair, I was proposing that because of the boundary between Mtituandei or Makueni County and the park, whether we could involve the surveyor from KWS, one who probably would be in charge of the park boundaries, especially given that both parties are relying on their map. The first map is from KWS. If it would be better if we involve them, or even write to them, because I think when the surveyors are undertaking the work, they will probably use their infrastructure in terms of roads and probably other markings.
Maybe, Ohanya, just come. You can come over and maybe also give us an idea. We are thinking about Director of Survey from the ministry, maybe KWS. I don't know whether, maybe Ohanya could just give us an idea what you would think.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also suggesting that we have the Director of Survey, being that is the custodian of the boundary map. KWS also is very useful because they also affected, they are the neighboring institution. Then there are three surveyors, the surveyors from Makueni, Kwale, TAITA TAVETA, and from NLC. Yeah. So I think that's good enough. We may also want to have the IBC, but they may not be very relevant at the
level. Okay. Any other thoughts? Of course, even as we engage these other ones, we are hoping that they will not have unnecessary costs or challenges that will come up, but we'll, as public institutions, we want to see how they can play their appropriate role. So that is the general thought about the visit. Now, once we come to the ground, I think we probably need to, in advance, think about, not necessarily now, about the kind of program we'll have. If the surveyors have done some basics before then, it will be easier to know where is it we are going and why. What is it we want to understand, where we are going and why. Then we may want to see then whether we also have some sort of public engagement in the hall. Knowing that we've already sat here and listened to evidence for some time, we may want to see what is it that we may want to, because I understand the public engagement is also to get the members of the public to understand that we're here to resolve the issues. If we need to have any sort of engagement, then we'll come up with a program to see what kind of engagement are we having with the public, with the, the relevant institutions and so on and so forth. But that we can come up with, we can work on in advance. We have at least 2 weeks. Sawa sawa. So, any views, Omutata?
Honorable Chair and members of the Commission, I don't have any views on that. I just try to avail myself in terms of the
okay, there's a proposal as we go around. We're just thinking, can we think about having the final submissions on those days? Now, do we, okay, let's also have some sort of consensus here. Are we looking at a scenario where it is possible to now do written submissions, start doing written submissions now, or do we have to wait until do the site visit and then have the submissions?
I think the, in our view, the most appropriate would be to do written submissions once we have completed the proceedings.
Okay.
In terms of evidence, because we do not know exactly what will come out of that.
Okay, so then once we do the site visits, then whatever submissions that we'll have are not necessarily final submissions, but submissions on what we would have observed. Is that correct? Is that the way we want to proceed?
I guess we in a position to do final submissions. Even if you gave us 7 days, I'm not speaking for my colleagues, but even if you gave us 7 days after, we should be able to put together some written submissions and file.
Okay, so what I'm giving some latitude here in terms of what we do when we come to the ground. And I'm doing that also knowing that each of you has been raising that issue. What are you looking at us doing when we come to the ground, over and above visiting certain places, certain positions, to fully appreciate? What is it? What is the burning issue aspect of coming to the ground? What is it that you want us to do?
Thank you, Chair. The reason why I had opened my area statement by asking if we'll have an independent person coming with us on the ground. The way I view the site visit is that we'll have someone other than us, the parties, either the registrar of the commission or an independent surveyor like from the Directorate of Survey, who will prepare a site visit report and report on what were the findings on the ground. This will help us narrow down the points of contention where the coordinates are unagreed. The independent person will come up with a report and saying this is exactly where the coordinates are. It is the issue of figures where one or another witness will identify there was a beacon here or a traditional beacon here. The surveyor is able to indicate that figure was found to be non-existent or is on the side of Makueni or the side of TAVETA. When we go by the contents of the agreed site visit report, we will not have submissions that are still argumentative, because going on the ground, we are settling on facts that exist. If it's a church, we'll find that it is there. The state lodge, we'll find it there. Mutito and Day River, we'll find it there. Someone to go and say, report, we found that Mutito and Day River is at this coordinate, and the bridge is at this coordinate, and how far from the state lodge. The submissions we had about the Savo River and Mutito and Day River, again, that person can give us the distance. There was an approximation of 100 kilometers, at some point 48 kilometers. That person will settle that contention by that report. So my proposal would be, one, the two teams, Mr. Mutua, Senior Counsel's team, they can appoint one witness who, on issues of fact, will guide the surveyor. Will be saying, when we talk about the traditional beacon, this is where we meant. The surveyor can confirm whether there is a coordinate or that beacon is at what coordinate. And then the TAITA TAVETA team, you allow us have another witness who will walk along with the surveyor. And then at the end of it all, that person, the surveyor, will file a site visit report, and which maybe at the town hall meeting, we can have a presentation on what happened there. I would concur with my friend, Mr. Mutua, that we have the final submissions after we finish the site visits. But I would really recommend we have one witness, a factual witness, going along with the surveyor, and then we can have even someone from the Secretariat of the Commission to prepare the final report and set out the agreed factual points of evidence when we go on the ground.
Now, I think there are two aspects to this about going to the ground. And in the engagement we had on day one, when you were not here but your colleague was here, there was a question, and we had indicated that because of the challenge, primarily budgetary in the time we are in, we were not able to conduct this hearing on the ground, and we say this is the reason. But we also indicated that we thought we would send a technical team and do exactly what you are saying, and then we have a report. But the feeling was that it's not enough to just send a technical people to do the report. We may need the commissioners, we may need us, the panel, to come to the ground, if only for the residents also to appreciate that we've come to appreciate this matter. And that's why what we are discussing here now are two components. One, our surveyor with whoever else, preferably of course your technical people as well, but of course even they are doing that, your witnesses, even if it's more than one, showing them something, that's perfectly okay, but you see they'll be doing their technical work. Now, what we are looking at is, after they have done it, they would have come up with some sort of report, okay? A technical report, if you like. But then we are coming for an engagement, knowing that we are coming to see for ourselves. They have done this. This is the understanding of what we have been seeing on the screen and what they've done on the ground. So that's now us visiting as a panel. That was the thinking, okay? And that was emphasized over and over by everyone, that we still need a session on the ground. That's why I wanted to hear from the parties, what is it that you would think is the most appropriate way of then engaging on the ground. If we find, for instance, when there's a consensus that we don't have to come to the ground, the surveyor can go and do the exercise and do a report. Then we have a day for submissions, wherever, here or wherever. That is still a possibility. So we were looking at this visiting the ground based on the sentiments that were expressed on day one. Senior Counsel, you remember how the discussion went?
I
Yeah,
agree.
so we want to see what is it that how is it that you will look at it, and then of course the claimant Senator, you can tell us how you view it.
I would propose that the component where the itself goes to the ground, we have sitting in town hall or county hall, where we hear probably one or two persons from Makueni and two persons from TAITA TAVETA. That way, the whole composed of the residents of, to basically also appreciate that there is an ongoing process of trying to adjudicate whatever dispute there could be. Similarly, I think basically in Makueni, you could have a similar engagement. Other than that, the commission, armed with either a joint report by the surveyors or a report prepared by your surveyor after visiting the site surveyors, would therefore be taken to physical beacons to be told, as per our report, this beacon is here. It is pointed out to the commission. That is the engagement by the commission. Physical engagement in a hall like this with the residents, and in addition, a visit of the sites as guided by the report.
I think on my part, it's a fact-finding mission, and being a fact-finding mission, first of all, we need people with the skill to be able to interpret the map on the ground and maybe to the coordinates and whatever. And I agree with the suggestion that we might need a neutral body from the ministry who can make an independent report so that we can be well guided in terms of establishing the truth in this matter. And then, given the time we have given ourselves of 2 days, I don't know how much, because a town hall meeting also takes quite a bit of time. So maybe we would begin with the most important thing. If we do a town hall, the most important for me would be to visit the site in an area that culminates in a town hall meeting. So the town hall meeting can even go late, but a site visit might be affected by the hour of day. That will be what I would say. Maybe I have a question for me.
Okay. We're just sharing thoughts. Let's hear from Kwale. Where is Ms. Cherono? Ulihamia huko? Nilifikia boundary ilikuwa hapa. They are hosting. They have agreed on the boundary.
I think, sir, we're in agreement with the proposal by Senior Counsel. However, I think given that the issues between TAITA TAVETA and Makueni and TAITA TAVETA and Kwale are a bit different. So for Kwale, we would be emphasizing on the public engagement. So we would, as has been proposed by Senior Counsel, it would be important for us for the Commission to have a town hall session with the residents and hear from at least 2 residents, and perhaps to have 1 resident accompany the surveyors in their engagement next week.
Okay, I think maybe the thought here is that the field visit by the technical team is a technical exercise. That one we agree. So it has to be led by surveyors. I would rather we don't tie them by telling them they must get factual witnesses. Let them decide the methodology they will use to do the work. Of course, they know how they will do the work. And coordinated by our surveyor, we can have that organized. And then we get the report on that day as proposed. We can come to the ground. And so on 21st, we first go to see, and we don't have to see all of them. I think we just sample. We can sample whichever guided by the team. We see the ones that are critical, particularly the ones that appear to be contentious. Then we have that town hall. And then our surveyors, the surveyors can submit. We can have your thoughts. We close the one for Mtito. Then we move on to Makueni the following day. Same script. We wake up in the morning, we go to the field, we see the beacons, we hear the residents, our surveyors submit, the surveyors give the report, and then you can give us your comments, then you close. Then from there, the chair can give directions on how long it will take. But I think you can start thinking through. We don't have too much time, you are aware. And also after you give your final submission, your closing submissions, we also have to write our report. And given the amount of work, it requires quite a bit. So the indulgence here is that we try and make this very, very focused. And I would rather we leave it to the technical expertise to lead it. Let them decide the methodology. You'll have people from your team. Of course, there has to be someone from each party. And you can be able then to provide that assistance as required to the team and whatever they need. That would be a much neater way.
Okay. Yes, Council.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, before you do, and I think you are proposing an independent person. The way we had looked at it, and I think from the submissions here, you've noticed our discomfort with the people you provided us with to provide this critical technical evidence. Our proposal is that you actually get licensed surveyors, because the people who are coming to do this work, our survey is licensed, and methodology must be agreed at that particular level. The Director of Survey will send us a licensed surveyor, hopefully. KWS will send us a licensed surveyor. It is important that the parties provide licensed surveyors.
Okay, so, yeah, you have.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we are in consensus that we will have a pre-visit by the technical team. Then we will have the commission have a tour guided by the technical team based on the findings they will have made. And I think that can be done in the morning of either day, and we have a town hall meeting later in the afternoon. I was standing to underscore the necessity of a factual witness. It's because one of the diagram of the map that this commission has been taken through this morning, the blue line is not anywhere in any map or any record. That blue line is based on the factual evidence from TAITA TAVETA County, so that this commission will be shown where the boundaries are in accordance with the 1992 Act, and where the TAITA TAVETA County is saying the boundary should be, which is the blue line. Without that factual witness, who showed either a figure or a traditional boundary to guide that blue line, the technical team will not be able to estimate where the TAITA TAVETA people are saying the boundary should be. So there are two issues: the boundary in accordance with the Act and the boundary in accordance with our client. That's why I was calling the importance of just one that single factual witness, and he can travel before the
commission comes. So it will not unnecessarily encumber the work of the commission when we are doing this work on the 2 days. Work will have been shifted. Thank you, Chairman.
I think maybe just for your comfort, you see, when the technical team goes, they would be dealing with coming up with a report from a technical perspective, taking into account the various scenarios we have been given, 1992, some historical, all those things. They would have taken that into account. Now, when we are doing the ground visit, it will also now take into account what is it, because we had the evidence, what is it that we want to see, even as a commission, when you are seated there, we'll agree. We have been told this is Makinon Town, and that is Taru. And in the past, we thought the boundary was passing around somewhere in Taru. Let's go and see. So with your factual witnesses on hand, we'll be able to deal with what we have had, and you are telling us you had this evidence. We want you to see this and that and that, which will come up in the program. Because you see, considering that these are not very big towns, you're not talking about a town the size of Nairobi. And because they are not very big towns, if we are dealing with issues around the town area, it may not take time. In my view, it's a question of being specific. What do we want to see and why? And to the extent that a particular issue is important to you from your class perspective, we'll still visit and see. You get my point?
Yeah, I think we are on the same page.
Yeah.
One final request I will make is the report we also be supplied with this, so that on those 2 days, we're also on the same page with the commission when we are going on the ground. When the technical team goes and
yeah, but remember that technical team, you have representatives on it. So we all be on the same wavelength.
We thought an independent person would be in charge of the report, not maybe our representative. But I was asking this request out of abundance of caution. Should our surveyors or technical people not be in control of the final report, whoever is in control, the commission to direct, even if it's a day before, will be supplied, even electronically, so that you're on the same page on that day when we are doing the business.
Out of Chair, arising out of what my learned colleague has indicated, I think there is need for clarity, Chair. My view is slightly different in this manner. I do not think, subject of course to the professionals in the commission, I do not think that we could send or we can send experts, professionals in survey work, who are surveyors, to go and prepare a report based on what I believe ought to be the boundary. I believe the report here should be factual, based on data, based on beacons, based on what is already in existence, to establish factually what is the boundary. But I don't think the report would necessarily be telling the commission this is where the boundary ought to be. Otherwise, that is the work of the commission in their determination. The report that I anticipate would be factual. Where is the boundary? That is what is to be established by the surveyors. That is my opinion.
You're quite correct. You see, the surveyors might go to the ground and say what we are clear about, this is the boundary, and our understanding is we are going by this 1992 Gazette and so on. But remember, in evidence here, we've had other factors about what else to consider. Okay. So what you're saying, we have this technical report, but we have been told about some historical this, that we need to bear in mind as we are doing our final determination, much as we have this report. What is it that we have to say as a commission about these other views about what ought, you see, there is what is the boundary, what ought to be the boundary. So how do we deal with that? You see, so that is a different subject matter, but since we are on the ground, can we see what this place that was, the example I gave just now, the example where we are saying, Mr. Jomo Kenyatta came and marked this rock. It has some significance. It has featured in your evidence. There is some other river issue, that, and these are the issues. We want to be able to see and say this is what, where is that gate to the national park? Whatever the significance to the case, we would then have seen for ourselves physically what it is that either party wanted us to internalize, alongside the fact that we have a technical report.
Yes, we are talking the same language. I was indicating that in terms of the report itself, but our team, the surveyor, we need to be clear that what they are reporting back to the commission relates to factual situation on the ground. These other issues about, they can indicate where, for instance, the rock is in the report. But in terms of establishing the boundary, it has to be professionally done as per the experts.
Yeah, I think Ohanya is here, is following, and you know, I think you do these things regularly, don't you? Yeah. Because I think surveyors, they have their methodology, but since he's here, we can hear what.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to make our team from Kwale comfortable that survey basically is a precise science. So what you're going to do is actually factual, and we will be able to demonstrate really based on our methodology. So there's very unlikely that surveyors will disagree on this, and that's why I'm suggesting that these are reports be a joint report, so that even when you have a surveyor who will be dissenting, he'll be able to indicate in that report. But it will be a joint report with all the surveyors from different institutions. That's what
I think what we'll do is once we have work out the logistical arrangements with our director of survey in coordination with the others, I'm sure they'll come up with their work plan and do something professional. And maybe what we'll do is also, well before, as soon as they finish this work, and if perhaps, I don't know if they're able to do it from next week, as soon as they finish, we may have a virtual status conference to confirm where we are at, and also be clear also about the program once you come to the ground. Yeah, and even if it's 2-3 days before, we still have a conference. So. All right. Any other issue do we need to address? Or that we have forgotten? Okay, so maybe let me just point out in terms of the timeline that we have, it would be a good idea for you to be working on your submissions as if this was the last sitting, knowing you can always adjust now once we finalize with this other report, because there are technical legal issues we've raised, jurisdiction, with this, all those. You can be working on that so that by the time we finish that site, we have the technical report, we have the engagement on the ground. Within a few days, we have the final submissions. So. Okay, then maybe let me see whether my colleagues have any final remarks before we end up. All right, so on my part, let me thank everyone for the effort, what you've done so far. Senator Mtata, Council, Senior Council Mutua, all the council involved. Let me thank you for your contribution to this, and all those who have made it here. I know there are those, it's not easy to have to come all this way. There were some very old wazees who came all the way, much as would have wished to be on the ground, but I think there's quite some sacrifice. So let me thank everyone who has helped us in our exercise the last 4 days. And of course, that includes my staff. So thank you very much. Have a safe journey back, those who are traveling, and see you soon. Thank you. We'll rise.
And we pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before your presence this afternoon in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you, Father, for the days we have been in this hall, working for this great nation of Kenya. And Heavenly Father, for what is remaining, we ask of your mercy, we ask of your strength. And Heavenly Father, as we depart, guide us and be with us and protect us. For this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Aboni boni banganga babelela nokia